If you were on Twitter during mid-October, you may have come across a harrowing illustration of a pink-haired girl with a face so shell-shocked you couldn't help but pull back. After seeing it for the 5th time, maybe you looked around trying to figure out who this character is, and then you found out they're transgender. You see some rejoicing at the idea, and some calling others crazy for having the thought. So, which is it? You may have asked yourself. What if I told you that the answer was there? It is, logically. I don't think that you could call Mizuki anything other than transgender. You just have to read in the oddly well laid out space between the lines. Mizu5, the story that this illustration comes from, really blew up beyond anyone's expectations. Its announcement tweet on Project Sekai's Japanese Twitter account surpassed even Honkai Star Rail in retweets and likes, with the Mizuki tag having over 150,000 posts on Twitter. This explosion of popularity brought people from outside the ProSekai fandom into the conversation. Even some football fans support Mizuki. We got a Mizuki football fan cam. One thing this popularity brought was the immense number of people who weren't previously in the fandom stating and justifying that Mizuki is transgender in new, nuanced ways, praising Mizuki as great transgender representation. However, within the fandom, Mizuki's gender has always been a controversial subject. While most people seem to believe that Mizuki was a trans girl from the start, some people will point out the intentional ambiguity about Mizuki's gender by the devs and apprehension from the writers to use anything beyond vague language. Some people say that Mizuki is a femboy or a crossdresser, and some people even say that Mizuki is a trans man. To be honest, I don't know how they got to that conclusion. As an agender trans feminine person, I personally like the idea that maybe Mizuki was a lot like me, that Mizuki was trans and feminine, but their gender wasn't aligned with anything in particular, that they were just Mizuki. Well, in the past, I wasn't sure what the truth would be about Mizuki's identity. After the recent story event that the term Mizu5 comes from, where does the path of thorns lead? Mizuki's story resonated with my own so much that I became obsessed with finding the answer. So, I've reread every Mizuki event, gone through every Night Court at 25 song that Mizuki sings in, and gone through every one of Mizuki's cards to answer the question, is Mizuki transgender? What I came to find is that before Mizu5 ever came out, before we ever knew Mizuki was assigned male at birth, we had more than enough information to say that Mizuki was transgender. Sprinkled throughout the story, music and art are deep subtexts and sometimes near direct statements that this is the case. This is why before Mizu5, many in the fandom already saw Mizuki as a trans character. With this video, I want to share everything that I have learned and get everybody on the same page about Mizuki. So, how are we going to get there? Well, I'll lay it out. Firstly, I want us all to know the terms that we'll be using and arguing over. Specifically, I'll go over the different terms for gender non-conforming people who are assigned male at birth. This includes things like femboys and transgender people. Second, we'll begin learning about what Project Sekai is and who Mizuki is, giving context to this whole discussion. To do this, I will recount all of Mizuki's story up until Mizu5, and as we go through this story, I will add commentary about various events, sprinkling in relevant information. Third, I will go over bits of transcoding apparent in the music and cards. Fourth, we will recount what happened in Mizu5, using all of our knowledge to analyze the event. Fifth, now that we know almost everything there is to possibly know, we'll talk about the discourse around Mizuki, specifically going into the Japanese discourse and touching on Mizuki's contentious usage of Boku. At the end, we'll have a confident answer to the question, is Mizuki transgender? So, are you ready? We're going to be here for a while. Maybe this is weird to ask, but what actually is a transgender person? And to go further, what exactly is a femboy? A crossdresser? These are terms that have been conflated with each other often throughout history, so I think it's important that we have very specific definitions of each so that we don't get confused. But, before we do anything, we have to know the difference between what sex and gender is. According to Oxford Languages, sex is defined as either of the two main categories, male and female, into which humans and most other living things are divided on the basis of their reproductive functions. Okay, so sex is basically what you got in your pants. Next, gender is defined as the male sex or the female sex, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones, or one of a range of other identities that do not correspond to established ideas of male and female. Alright, so gender is like a part of your personality, a part that is associated with behaviors practiced by people of a particular birth sex. So sex is talking about your body, while gender is talking about your personality, your identity. It's pretty clear that these aren't the same, right? Anyway, to truly start, what is a transgender person defined as? According to Oxford Languages, a transgender person is defined as a person whose gender identity does not correspond with the sex registered for them at birth. This is a more open definition than it may seem. While it means that a transgender person can be someone who is, say, born male and wants to become a woman entirely, it can also mean that a transgender person could be someone born male that wants to be something not quite a woman and not quite a man. Like me, a non-binary person. Really, the only qualifier for being trans is not identifying with the gender corresponding with your assigned sex at birth. However, while anyone who fits this criteria can identify as transgender, there is a formal diagnosis of sorts for trans people. This diagnosis is gender dysphoria, and according to the Mayo Clinic, it can be described as a feeling of discomfort or distress that might occur in people whose gender identity differs from their sex assigned at birth or sex-related physical characteristics. Transgender and gender diverse people might experience gender dysphoria at some point in their lives. However, some transgender and gender diverse people feel at ease with their bodies, with or without medical intervention. In short, gender dysphoria is when the difference between your preferred gender and sex assigned at birth causes you distress. However, not every trans person will experience this, and their identification with another gender is simply something that they know. Next up, we have femboys. So, there is no formal definition for femboys, so I will be reading off of Wikipedia's definition. A femboy is a male, usually cisgender, who expresses themselves with traditionally feminine behaviors, or to LGBTQ people of any gender identity who affect a soft masculine look. I will add that, in addition to all these, many femboys wear women's clothing to enhance their femininity. Above all though, femboys are people who primarily identify with masculinity, many of them simply just being cis men. Unlike transgender people, their goal is not to be women. They don't try to pass as women in their day-to-day life, they don't use she/her pronouns, and importantly, they aren't distressed when being called a boy. Instead, being a boy is one of the most integral parts of their identity. After femboys, we have the term crossdresser. Oxford Languages defines this simply as a person who wears clothing typical of the other sex. These people cross over into other genders' clothing options in order to express something about themselves. This definition is honestly confusing because it is extremely open-ended, and personally, I would define an AMAB crossdresser as a man who lives their life as a man, but sometimes wears feminine clothing for fun or as a form of self-expression. It's important to note again that these people live as men and identify as men. For these people, not being able to wear feminine clothing might be sad, but it doesn't have anything to do with their gender. They are men, and that's what they're comfortable as. Lastly, I want to talk about the Japanese term that's maybe a sort of mixture of these two previous terms, that being otokonoko. According to Wikipedia, otokonoko is a Japanese term for men who have a culturally feminine gender expression. This includes, among others, males with feminine appearances, or those cross-dressing. Based on this definition, you can extract that they are men who cross-dress, but like femboys, also enjoy femininity. Most importantly though, again, these people still identify as men. They do not identify as women. If they were to stop identifying as men and identify as a woman, no longer living in any way as a man, then they would no longer be otokonoko. They would be transgender. This reasoning goes for femboys and crossdressers as well. Got me? Okay, cool. Now, I want to make an important note about all this, that gender non-conforming people may identify with all of these terms at different periods in their lives for all kinds of different reasons. Using myself as an example, I realized I was transgender when I was 14, and while I never stopped identifying with this, I still adopted the term femboy for several years as I questioned my relationship with masculinity. Okay, we now have clear definitions of our terms, so we're all on the same page. Now, before we move on, I want to note that I will be using they/them pronouns for Mizuki. I will explain why later, but anyway, let's move on.
Sega. カラフルパレット。初音ミクカラフルステージ。
Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage, aka Project Sekai, is a mobile rhythm game made by the Japanese company Colorful Palette and published by Sega. The game's story centers around 5 Tokyo-based music groups of 4 members each. Each of these music groups come across an alternate dimension, manifesting from the feelings of a particular one of their members, known as Sekai. Within these Sekai are Vocaloids, which are the characterized vocal synth programs Hatsune Miku, Kagemine Rin, Kagemine Ren, Megurin Luka, Meiko, and Kaito. And as group stories progress, these Vocaloids appear in order to fill different roles in each group story. Our character of focus, Mizuki, is from the group Night Court at 25, abbreviated to Nigo in Japanese, and often called Night Court in English. In Night Court, there are the characters Kanade, Mafuyu, Ena, and finally, Mizuki. Kanade is the group's primary music producer, and is the one who originally started the group. Mafuyu assists Kanade with music production, particularly mixing, and writes the group's lyrics on her own. Ena is the group's illustrator. She illustrates interpretations of their music for use in the group's music videos. Finally, we have Mizuki, who uses their video editing ability and Ena's art to make the group's music videos. It's important to note that these characters did not meet in real life, as they all go to different schools and thus met online. About school in particular, Kanade does not go to school, while Mafuyu, Ena, and Mizuki do. Mafuyu goes to Miyamasuzaka Girls Academy, while Ena and Mizuki go to Kamiyama High School. It's also important to know that Ena attends night classes, while Mizuki does not, meaning that they wouldn't ever see each other at school. That was a lot. Anyway, each group in Project Sekai, abbreviated ProSekai, deals with different things, with Night Court in particular dealing with the darkest experiences and emotions in the game. Specifically, Night Court's story centers Mafuyu, who struggles with depression, emptiness, and suicidality as a result of their lack of self-agency. Night Court Sekai reflects Mafuyu's mind and their story, becoming an abstract, empty space devoid of color, known as Empty Sekai. The other characters have their stories explored in event stories, which can focus on the group as a whole, their interactions with other groups, or individual character stories. When people say Mizu5, they're referring to Mizuki's 5th character focus event, where Mizuki is the center of the story. Characters from other groups are also integral to Mizuki's story, so let's go over them. Firstly, we have characters from Vivid Bad Squad. First up is An, a student at Mizuki's high school. Second is Akito, who is Ena's brother and also goes to Kamiyama High. Third is Toya, he's in Mizuki's class. Next, there are 2 characters from Wonderland's X Showtime. First is Tsukasa, who's really just a wacky guy, and a friend of Toya, and our final character, Rui. Rui is a year older than Mizuki. The 2 originally met in middle school, becoming very close. Rui and Tsukasa also go to Kamiyama High. Alright. Now that we have our basic context, let's get into Mizuki's story.
秋山ってなんでそんな格好してるわけ？
そんなの決まってるじゃないですか。僕がこの格好好きだからです。
In the main story, one of the first things that we learn is that Mizuki doesn't like going to school. Eventually, we get a glimpse into why.
聞こえてないつもりなのかな、あれ。 バッチリ聞こえてるんだけど。まあいっか、いつものことだし。歩行終わり。帰りどこか寄っていこっかな。これ出て行きたくないな。でもあいつらがいなくなるまで待つのはめんどいし、はあ、僕は見せ物じゃないんだけどな。あ、うん、そうだね。そうですけど、何か用ですか、先輩。へえ、そんなの決まってるじゃないですか。僕がこの格好好きだからです。ただそれだけ。それじゃあ、さようなら。
Well, I'm sure that we all know what they meant when they said, you can't tell. Mizuki passes as a girl, but those who know the truth about Mizuki like to poke fun at them. Every day, Mizuki is just trying to be themselves, but instead, they're treated like an exhibition. Okay, hi, editor me here. I made a really big mistake when I wrote all of this. Somehow I missed the most infamous line Mizuki has ever uttered. I address this way because I like to, that's all. We all know it. It's the ultimate argument against Mizuki possibly being transgender. When taken at face value, it places Mizuki in all of the assignment birth gender nonconforming categories that aren't trans, and it does so via their own words. It's a very compelling argument, but only if you ignore literally everything else about Mizuki. Later in the story, through observing Mizuki's actions and emotional reactions to gender-related stressors, we will actually starkly undefine Mizuki out of anything except for being trans. So then, if Mizuki is trans, why would they say this about how they dress? Well, originally I was going to leave this quote for the end of the video, but there's something I want fans who are curious about Mizuki's gender to know. Transgender people often cannot talk about their gender even if they want to. Even if they want to be properly recognized as women, the world is not so safe that they can call themselves a woman without hesitation. They don't like to say they're a man, but if they say they're a woman, they might be accused of lying or being a man. This reality is why they avoid making clear statements, saying things like, I'm me, or I just like cute things. Or they publicly talk about themselves as cross-dressers, boys, androgynous, etc. So even if Mizuki didn't directly say, because I'm a girl, or accept me as a girl, please don't assume that they don't want to be recognized as a woman. I want you to think about the possibility that I just want to be myself means I want to be myself while being recognized as a girl. It is too short-sighted to say that Mizuki cannot be transgender because they did not explicitly say, I want to be recognized as a girl. It is not possible to imagine how much criticism and discrimination a person in question would face if they said, I am a girl. It is common for people to hide something or use vague language because they cannot say it safely. So it's really not about what a trans person says about themselves that tells us that they're trans. Maybe they aren't ready to let others see them that way, so they lie. Sometimes they may not even be ready to accept themselves as transgender, so they identify with other terms. As much as I intended to point this out as a Japanese nuance, it is actually something that happens everywhere. I mean, before I fully accepted myself as trans, I used to call myself a femboy, partly because the people I was around were transphobic. The thing that does differentiate Japan from, say, America, though, is that the societal pressures against really doing anything against the status quo, let alone being trans, are far, far more intense. It makes vague language about any kind of LGBT character commonplace, as I'm sure any consumer of Japanese media would know. So it's an important point. It explains why, besides shock value and storytelling techniques, ProSekai has never said Mizuki is transgender outright. It's because it's hard to do that, especially for a company who relies on a broad range of people enjoying their product in order to make money. So let's consider all of this, as that Twitter user said to, and shift our focus from Mizuki's words over to their actions, how they carry themselves, really observing everything about them. Once we've done that, we'll see the truth about whether or not Mizuki is trans or a crossdresser. Anyway, I'm really sorry for the giant detour, but let's get back to where we left off in the story.
もう慣れちゃったよ。自分に関係ないのにやたらうるさいんだよね、ああいう人たち。ありがとね。またね。よーし、それじゃあ今日は気晴らしにちょっと買い物してこっかな。あ、前買えなかったアイライナーこっちのお店に置いてるかも。せっかくだし他のコスメも見て。あれ？二人もいる。買い物かな？二人とも。あ、ふーん。そっか。ああ。そんな風に思ってるなら、分かったようなこと言わなくていいのにな。ほんと、くだらない。僕は、僕でいたいだけなのに。誰よりも消えたがってるくせに。さあ、どうだろうね。
From the very beginning, we're seeing Mizuki being bullied, getting unwanted attention for the way that they present themselves. And as much as they receive comfort about it from their classmates, even those people do not appear to truly sympathize with Mizuki, telling them that if they just want to stop being bullied, then they should just stop being themselves. Words that will never help them. On from Vivid Bad Squad and Mizuki's class asked Mizuki to come to the Kamiyama High School Festival. If On didn't ask, Mizuki probably wouldn't have come because they don't have happy memories with school festivals. Mizuki is specifically apprehensive towards On's invitation due to fear of getting the kind of attention that they usually get at school, but On tries to counter Mizuki's anxieties by adding that everyone will be in crazy outfits, so Mizuki shouldn't stand out. This gives Mizuki the confidence to come to the festival. We also get a flashback to the previous school festival that Mizuki remembers, where they were joined by Rui, dressed in a typical male uniform with short hair and a frustrated, pained expression as they look down at all the festival goers from the school roof. On the day of the festival, Mizuki gets to the school excited, but quickly notices how they end up standing out because they are the only person not wearing a class t-shirt. On offers for Mizuki to change into hers, but they deny the offer because they can't think of a private place to change clothes. How could there possibly not be a private place in the school to change? Couldn't you have a classmate of the same gender make a private space for you? I think what's really going on is that Mizuki is scared of anybody seeing their body at all. Later, Mizuki meets Akito and Toya for the first time. Together, they go see a play directed by Mizuki's old friend Rui, featuring Tsukasa. Toya mentions that he owes a great debt of gratitude to Tsukasa, and Mizuki notes that they owed the same to Rui. Soon after, Mizuki is tasked with finding Tsukasa. While looking for Tsukasa, two of Mizuki's classmates point out that Mizuki isn't wearing the class shirt, implying that Mizuki isn't wearing it in order to feel cooler than their classmates who are dressing in a cringy way in order to have class unity. They're really just saying Mizuki shamefully wants to show off, though we know that this isn't the case. Right after, Mizuki thinks to himself,
お揃いはダサいか。そんなのお揃いになれるから言えるんだよ。
Afterward, Mizuki ends up on the school roof where Rui is secretly talking to Kaito. Rui and Mizuki reunite and use their time back together to reminisce about middle school when they both sat on the rooftop, skipping classes and sharing their frustrations about life with each other. After a while, Toya, Akito, An, and Tsukasa all make their way to the roof and find Mizuki and Rui. They suggest they all go to the Outer Festival together. Mizuki seems to be a bit apprehensive, but surrounded by all of these people treating them so nicely, like Mizuki is anyone else, they feel a warmth as, for potentially the first time, they get to enjoy a school festival with real friends. I really love the art of this moment from Mizuki's card, Rooftop Friendship. Mizuki, surrounded by friends in a beautiful sunset, looks so happy to have a normal, fun time with friends. When I look at their face, it gives me a feeling of, I finally did it. I finally have friends to spend time with. In Kanade's relentless pursuit to produce music that saves people, she hits a slump. Mizuki wants to help out, so they decide to bring everyone on a mystery tour, where they do various fun activities, hopefully helping Kanade get ideas in the process. Meanwhile, in Sekai, Miko is talking to Miku and Din about how she senses a great weight in Mizuki's emotions, citing when Mizuki said,
でもさ、なんとなく僕たちって似てるような気がしたんだ。周りに少しずつ自分の形を変えられそうになってるところとかさ、それに抵抗したり受け入れたりして、そうやって必死になってるうちに疲れて全部どうでもよくなっちゃう。そんな感じが似てるなって。
Stated by Mizuki in many of the game's songs as well, Mizuki has tried to fit in with others, but ultimately couldn't figure out how to do so, or if they really wanted to. With their efforts failing, Mizuki became burnt out and depressed. Now on Mizuki's mystery tour, during their last activity together, Nightcore comes across a large cherry blossom tree, reminding Mizuki of a time from middle school when they saw a cherry blossom tree on the way to school. In this flashback, they talk about how the cherry blossoms are dual and they don't understand why people find them so pretty. This is communicating that Mizuki was depressed at that time. Younger Mizuki also hears students talking about how much they enjoy the cherry blossoms and how they will be able to see them together next year. Mizuki hears this and doesn't feel like the idea of lasting friendships applies to them, as their friends never stay. Coming back to the present, Mizuki's current experience at this other cherry blossom tree is a complete contrast to the past. Here they are with Nightcord, a group of friends they have had for at least a year, and Mizuki thinks that the cherry blossoms are oddly pretty to them, showing that they aren't as depressed as they used to be. Mizuki connects this to not being as lonely as they once were. As Nightcord is appreciating the moments they've had in the day, Mizuki expresses that they want to do something like this again next year, but upon thinking about what they're saying, they have a painful flashback to the past and can no longer bring themselves to speak, meaning Mizuki's trauma around losing all of their friends is still there, keeping them from believing that Nightcord could possibly stay with them. On the train ride home as everyone is asleep, Mizuki thinks again about the future, noting how they want to stay with and get closer to Nightcord. However, to get closer and truly be friends, Mizuki says that they will have to tell the others about that. When Mizuki has told previous friends about that, they have been rejected by those people, ultimately losing them. So what could that possibly be? Well, I'm sure at this point, it's common knowledge after the events of Mizu5 and just hearing a bit of the story, but that refers to Mizuki secretly being assigned male at birth. Emphasis on secretly, however, telling us that the other Nightcore members are not able to innately figure this out about Mizuki. In trans terms, this means that Mizuki is passing, or stealth. Mizuki lives their whole life entirely appearing as a cis girl, except for in places where information about their gender would become known without their consent, such as at school. Anyway, back to the story. The possibility of losing Night Court once they learn of Mizuki's secret scares them, but despite the fear, Mizuki decides that they want to tell Night Court so that they can get closer as friends. For a moment, Ena wakes up and notices Mizuki's pained expression as Mizuki thinks about all their worries, causing Ena to become concerned. After everyone gets off the train and starts heading home, Ena stays with Mizuki, asking them if they are okay. However, instead of admitting their feelings, Mizuki plays off Ena's concern and lies in order to get Ena off their back. Luckily, however, this does not kill Ena's concern over Mizuki. The event starts with Mizuki thinking about how everyone in Night Court is dealing with their problems.
苦しくてもちゃんと自分と向き合って少しずつ前に進んでってる。でも僕は何も変わってないな。どこにも進めないままだ。あれ？こんな時間にメッセージ？
Mizuki receives an invite to Night Court's next after party from Ena. Mizuki is apprehensive to come because the thought of being with their friends reminds them of the shame they carry for not revealing their secret. Ena pushes Mizuki to join them, causing Mizuki to feel cared about by their friend, which gets them to come. Afterward, Mizuki notes how much they appreciate Ena for having the willingness to put up with them. Mizuki makes it to the after party at Night Court's usual diner, enjoying themselves and having fun. Experiencing this in wake of their recent thoughts, they think about how much they appreciate that they can be themselves around other Night Court members. After they leave the diner, On, Akito, and Toya show up. Ena asks On how Mizuki is at school, worrying Mizuki that On might unintentionally reveal Mizuki's secret, but On only has nice things to say about Mizuki, and doesn't reveal their secret. Even though things went well this time, it still gets Mizuki worked up. Later, Mizuki worries once again over their coming out to Night Court.
みんなだから25のみんなに知られて今の関係が変わっちゃうのが怖いから。もしみんなが僕のことを知ったらどうなるんだろう。みんななら変わらないままでいてくれるかもしれない。そうなんだね。それじゃあ作業に戻ろうかって言ってくれて。今までのことは関係ない。みんなは優しい。だからきっと僕のことだって分かってくれる。そう分かってるし信じてる。それなのにドキドキが止まらない。もし話して今の関係が変わっちゃったら僕は
Worried about their future, Mizuki decides to let the other Night Court members know that they will be taking a break for the night because they don't feel well. They feel bad about sending the message, but are met with caring responses, making them feel loved. Realizing how nice and caring the other Night Court members are, Mizuki decides,
みんな僕のことは絶対に言わなきゃいけないことじゃないんだ。だって僕は僕なんだから。それを誰かに証明しなきゃいけない義務はない。だけどみんなに何も言わないままでいることがどんどん苦しくなってる。大事なみんなを騙してるみたいで。どうしてなんだろう。
どうして僕は僕でいたいだけなのにこんなに苦しくなっちゃうんだろう。朝結局一晩中起きてたんだ。もういっか。どんなに考えたって結局なるようにしかならないんだ。どうせいつかみんな知るかもしれないなら今気にしたってしょうがないよね。そうだよ。ぐちゃぐちゃ考えてないで今を楽しまなくっちゃ。今まで通りそれでいいんだ。うん、大丈夫。これで大丈夫だよね。
From this moment on, Mizuki tries too hard to enjoy the present, putting on an overly cheerful act and trying to hang out with Nightcord more often. During a typical meeting in Sekai with Nightcord, this behavior stands out to Meiko and Luka, who notice something is off about Mizuki, a sentiment which spreads to Ena very quickly. After the meeting, Mizuki's demeanor immediately changes, showing their depressed inner self.
じゃあおやすみ。
うん、大丈夫。今日もバッチリ。ちゃんと楽しかったよね。
In the meantime, Anna's concern for Mizuki pushes them to accept a previously declined invitation to hang out. Later, when they are hanging out, they are having their usual fun until Anna leaves and comes back to Mizuki spacing out.
ねえ、水木。何度も言ってるけど、何か困ってることがあるならちゃんと話してよ。話聞くくらいなら私にだってできるんだから。
話ないよ。
え？
話せることなんてない。
それって一体どういう。
あ、
ごめん。やっぱ僕今日ちょっと調子悪いみたい。でもほんとそれだけだから。今日はもう帰るね。ちょっと水木。
まずったな。また心配かけちゃった。エナってああ見えて勘がいいしな。あれ、なんか頭がぼんやりする。お腹のあたりもぐるぐるして。おかしいな。ずっとこれでうまくやれてきたのにな。
Meanwhile, Anna is frustrated that Mizuki won't tell her anything. So, in an attempt to maybe learn something about Mizuki, Anna decides to ask Meiko if they know anything. In the end, Meiko did not know what was going on with Mizuki. After Anna suggested that Mizuki might feel better from just talking things through, Meiko replied, considering Mizuki clearly doesn't want to talk, that sometimes talking can make things worse. Meiko then suggests that Ena should instead simply watch over Mizuki, so as to not project her will onto them, which would potentially push Mizuki out of their comfort zone. Ena struggles to understand what Meiko meant at first, but begins to consider the idea. Fast forwarding to another day, Mizuki is on the Kamiyama rooftop. Surprisingly, at school today, they note that they're only there to distract themselves from their thoughts. However, their thoughts gravitate back to the issues that they'd hoped to distract themselves from, becoming mad at themselves for getting close to and caring for friends they make, since if they didn't, they wouldn't have to go through parting. Then, Mizuki has a flashback about someone they knew before.
この子ならきっと、この人ならきっとって思っても、そんな人たちだけじゃないってことは分かってる。ニーゴのみんなはきっとそうじゃないってことも。でも話したら今のままじゃいられない。みんなは優しいからきっと変わらず接していこうって思ってくれる。いつもみたいに作業しようって言って、いつもみたいにたわいない話もしてくれる。でもそれが、その優しさがきっとたまらなく苦しいんだ。はあ、この世からみんないなくなればちょっとは楽になるのかななんて、そんなこと起きっこないからここに来てるんだけどね。文化祭の時とは大違いだな。静かで誰もいなくて、まるで世界みたいだ。
The door to the rooftop opens to Ena. Ena usually takes night classes, but they came early in order to confront Mizuki.
Mizuki さ、やっぱり悩んでるでしょ。それも何かすっごく大きなことで。
まだバレてない。
別に何もないってば。ちょっと最近体調悪いから気分も落ち込んでるだけだって。
そうやってすぐごまかす。バレバレなんだけど。
ああ、強いて言えばちょっと夜更かし多くなって肌荒れしがちってとこかな。これじゃあエナと同じガサガサ肌になっちゃうな。
Mizuki、私真面目なんだけど。
もうどうしたのエナ。なんか今日すっごくシリアスモードじゃん。
正直私は話してほしいってずーっと思ってる。一緒にミステリーツアーに行った時からずっと。
だから別に何もないってば。それにあったとしてもエナには関係ないことだし。
関係なくない。Mizukiが暗い顔してると嫌なの。そういう顔見るたびモヤモヤしちゃうっていうか。っていうかMizukiだってそうでしょ。奏や真冬が苦しそうな時力になりたいって思うでしょ。
それは。
それと同じ。友達が何かに困ってたら力になりたいのは当然でしょ。
友達、エナ、本気で思ってるんだ。僕のこと友達だって。 どうしよう。すごく嬉しいな。もしかしてエナなら僕が話しても何も変わらないでいてくれる。ずっと僕のままで。
私、昨日あの後一人で世界に行ったの。その時メイコが言ってたんだ。
メイコが何を？
話すことで良くない結末になることもあるって。水木がそういう風に考えて話せないならそれでいい。だから話すのがしんどいなら別に話さなくていいって言ってるの。でもだからって諦めたわけじゃないから。水木が暗い顔してるのが嫌なのは変わらないし、力になりたいのも変わらない。だからいつか話してもいいって思ったら話して。それまで待ってるから。
いつかって、それってどういうこと？
はあ？そのままの意味でしょ。水木が話してもいいって思うまでずっと待ってるってこと。
ずっと
水木？
ずっと話さないかもしれないよ。
そしたら話すまでずっと一緒にいるだけ。言っておくけど離れようとしても無駄だからね。
ずっと一緒にバカだなエナ。そんなにずっと一緒にいられるわけ？本気なんだ。答えたいな。こんなにまっすぐ僕のことを考えてくれるエナにちゃんと答えたい。ちゃんと信じて全部話したい。エナならきっと。
水木？
ありがとうエナ。エナのおかげで僕ちょっと楽になれたよ。僕の悩んでることは今はまだ話せないけど、でもいつか話せるようになったら聞いてほしい。それでもいいかな？
わかった。正直待つのってすっごく苦手だけど特別に待ってあげる。だからいつかちゃんと話してよね。
うん。
そうならよし。あ、やば、授業始まっちゃう。
本当？っていうか定時制って今から授業始まるんだ。初めて知った。
やっちゃった。急いで行かないと遅刻になっちゃう。
変な遅刻常習犯だし、一回くらいどうってことないんじゃない？
常習犯じゃないから。ってそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないの。カバンどこに置いたっけ？
急げ急げ。嘘だ。僕今 嘘をついた。だって話さなかったらずっと一緒にいられるかもしれないって思っちゃったんだ。ううん、ずっとなんてきっとない。でも今の時間が一日でも一秒でも長く続いてほしい。エナとミーゴのみんなと今のまま少しでも一緒にいたい。だから本当にずるいな僕は。エナもきっとずるいってすごく怒るんだろうな。怒ってくれるかな。いっそ僕の代わりに誰かが全部話してくれたらいいのに。
じゃあ行ってくるから。水木。
何？
また夜にね。
またナイトコードでね。
ごめんね、エナ。
So, Ena finally got to Mizuki, or at least they thought they did. As much as Mizuki wants to get closer, they're scared of if they will truly be understood. A particularly interesting thing they say is, I know that not everyone's like that now. Emphasis on the now part. This implies that Mizuki's secret being understood and accepted is tied to society's progressiveness, which relates very closely to something like coming out as gender non-conforming. Adding on, Mizuki is also now worried about a more complex issue of, will they still see me in the same way once I tell them? This question can be added onto once we take into account that we know part of Mizuki's secret is that they are assigned male at birth, as well as my conclusion from Secret Distance that Mizuki is treated as a cis girl by Night Court members, leading us to a more specific wording of Mizuki's worries. Will they still treat me like just another girl, just as they have all this time, once they learn that I was assigned male at birth? To Mizuki, they can only imagine that Ena will appear to treat them the same, but not truly see Mizuki as just the same. This is no matter how accepting Ena seems to be. At this point, Mizuki has lost hope that they could be understood. This event is centered around Mizuki's past and how Mizuki and Ena joined Night Court together. We begin the event with Mizuki thinking about how they never expected to be friends with anyone for as long as they've been friends with Night Court. Soon after, Mizuki receives a package from their sister, who is a fashion design student living in France. In the package is a ribbon that Mizuki immediately gets excited about, along with some candy that they decide to share with the Vocaloids and Sekai. Once they get there, everyone lands on the topic of how Mizuki came to join Night Court. Mizuki begins to tell everyone of their past before Night Court, noting to themselves that it was a painful time. We begin with Mizuki at a New Year's ceremony during middle school, where they don't particularly want to be. Like previous flashbacks to middle school, Mizuki's hair is short and they are wearing a male uniform.
つまらないな。新しいクラスになるのも、新しい1年が入ってくるのも面倒だし。またか。ああ、先生に見つからなかったらサボれたのにな。
Clear that Mizuki is an infamous person in the school, receiving rumors and weird attention. Mizuki would usually confide to Rui about these things, but Rui is graduated at this point, leaving Mizuki alone against everyone else.
やっと一人になれた。やっぱりここは静かでいいな。静かでいいはずなのに。
やあ、水木。今、とても素晴らしい演出を考えついてね。ちょっと聞いていかないかい？
うるさいのも悪くなかったのかもな。はあ、でもルイがここに来る前はこれが普通だったんだ。なら別になんてことないよね。元に戻っただけなんだから。
Later, we find Mizuki at home, taking refuge in their favorite anime, Miracle Magic Girl Lala, aka Miramaji. Mizuki talks about how they like making videos, perhaps AMVs for Miramaji, noting how much they enjoy having a hobby to replace their previous one, which was making their own clothes. However, when remembering making cute, feminine clothes, the memory is painful, and they quickly change the subject. Right after this is where we learn the origin of Mizuki's username Amiya, which comes from the villain of Miramaji, who is named Mia, and seems to be Mizuki's favorite character. While we're looking at Mizuki's room, I want to point out that Mizuki's mirror near their window is covered. If we look at the current version of Mizuki's room, we can see that the mirror is not covered. I believe that this is trying to imply that Mizuki did not want to see their body at this time. Back to another day, on the way to school, Mizuki overhears some classmates talking about how they didn't finish their assignment, and one says they should ask Mizuki for help because they get good grades. The other replies,
はあ、これくらい今さらどうとも思わないけどさ。そろそろ4限目終わる時間かな。あ、まだあと30分もある。はあ、長いな。早く家帰って動画作りたいよ。
At home again, Mizuki is feeling sad that Miramaji is coming to an end soon, because, besides their sister, Miramaji is the only thing that Mizuki can find comfort in at this point. At the same time, however, Mizuki's sister will be leaving for France to study abroad. This, in addition to the bullying they face at school, has Mizuki think,
なんだろう。なんか、今さら実感するな。お姉ちゃんも、もうちょっとしたら、いなくなっちゃうんだよね。時差もあるから、前みたいにダラダラ話すこともできなくなっちゃうし、楽しかったこと話すのも、嫌だなって思ったこと話すのも。でも、大丈夫だよね。ミラマジが終わっても、お姉ちゃんが遠くに行っちゃっても、自分で楽しいこと見つけていけば、見つけていけば、見つけられるのかな。これから先、ずーっと、アニメ見るのも、動画作るのも、ゲームするのも漫画読むのも、全部楽しいって思ってたけど、楽しめてるって思ってたけど、それもなんだかよくわかんなくなってきちゃった。なんかなんだろうな。別にもういいかな。
with this weight hanging over them, Mizuki stops going to school. Later, Mizuki is found coping with their feelings by consuming everything they can find around Miramaji, though now with nothing left.
そしたらもう本当にやりたいこともないな。ああ、このままスーって消えちゃえたらいいのに。そしたら楽なのにな。なんだろう、この動画、サムネが真っ黒。
However, with great timing, Mizuki comes across Kanade's music.
なんだろう、この曲、不思議な曲だな。聴いてるとなんだか苦しい感じがするのに、でもすごく優しく感じる。なんか変な感覚だな。胸のあたりがギュッてして、でもそれがちょっと気持ちよくて、もう一回頭から聞いてみよう。やっぱり苦しいけど優しい感じがする。なんだか僕自身のことを曲にされたみたいな。
I also want to note how, in the future, Mizuki notes to Nightcord how Ena's art and Kanade's song at the time gave them the feeling of, I can keep going. So, we can definitely say that this song helped save them at that time. Back to the past, Mizuki is looking for more information on Kanade's music, having been intrigued by it. They come across Ena's art that was based on the same song Mizuki had listened to. Mizuki then passionately decides to make a video for Kanade's song using Ena's art, and after getting approval from Ena, Mizuki publishes the video online. Hanade notices this and invites both Mizuki and Ena to consider joining Nightcord as members of their team. Later, Mizuki and Ena are making a video for Nightcord, and in talking about their thoughts on the music they're interpreting.
この曲を聴いて感じたことを分かってくれるかどうかは分からないけど、本当にたまに僕の苦しさを分かってくれる人もいたから。これはただの僕の感想なんですけど、この子が叫んでることにちょっと違和感があったんです。
なんでですか？
僕がこの曲で感じたのは、叫ぶことすらできない苦しみみたいな、そういうものだったから。
叫ぶことすらできない苦しみ。
だから僕はこの女の子は叫んでるより無理して笑ってるような子にした方がいいかなって思ってて。
無理して笑って、なんかピンとこないな。
やっぱりそうだよね。すみません、今の話は忘れて。
アミヤさんはなんでそう思ったんですか？だって苦しい時って痛いじゃないですか。痛くて痛くて、この痛みをどうにかしたいから必死で動いて、でもどうにもならないから叫ぶしかない。私はこの曲がこんなに激しいのはそういう理由だと思ったんです。
なるほど、その感じは確かにわかるかも。僕もそういう時があったな。傷つけられるたびに、どうして僕がこんな目に遭わなきゃならないんだって心の中でずっと叫んでた。エナナンさんもきっとそういう苦しみを抱えてるんだな。でも痛くても叫べない時もあると思うんです。ずっと痛いと、もう全部どうでもいいやっ そういう気持ちになることもあるのって。それで痛みを忘れるために楽しいことに逃げて、でも痛くて、そんなだから叫ぶ力なんて残ってない。
This is a terrifying thing for Mizuki to say. They're saying that they've been beaten down by life for so long that they don't even care about fighting for themselves anymore. They've stopped caring. And when we see Mizuki in this unhappy, boyish presentation, can we not make a connection? Time passes and we find Mizuki worrying about joining the group, since they're scared that their life up to this point will repeat. A life where they're othered, ultimately losing people they get close to as a result of their secret coming out.
水木。
きついんだよな。変なのって拒絶されるのも、一緒にいられたらいいなって思ったやつが離れるのも。うん、入っていいよ。入りきらないって、出発は明日の朝なのに、そんなんで大丈夫なの？あ、流しっぱなしにしちゃってた。ううん、これは違うやつ。ネットの人たちと一緒に作ったんだ。うん、いろいろあって作ってもらえないかってお願いされてさ、それで曲のデモもらって絵を描く子と一緒に作ってたんだ。誰かと一緒に動画作るのって初めてだったから、いろいろ大変だったけど、でもいいものが作れてよかったな。楽しい。あ、そうだね。楽しかったよ。自分の考えてることとか、いつも感じてることとか話して、それを分かってもらえて、いいものが作れて、すごく居心地が良かったんだ。だけど本当にそこにいていいのかわからないんだ。なんでなのかわかんないんだけど。え？僕は僕の気持ちはえ？ でも怖いんだ。リボン？でも僕はお姉ちゃん。僕の進みたい道はありがとう、お姉ちゃん。まだ怖いけど、でも僕ちょっとだけ頑張ってみるよ。お姉ちゃんもね。もしかしたらまたダメかもしれない。やっぱり全部どうでもよくなってもう消えた方がいいって思うようになるかもしれない。でもせめてどうにもならなくなるまではもがいてみよう。こんばんは。返事遅くなってすみません。
アミヤさん、来てくれたんですね。よかったです。それでもう決めたの？私はできればまたやりたいなって思うんだけど、どうかな。いろいろ考えたけど、よろしくお願いします。
Going into Mizuki's past, we learned quite a lot from this event. We learned that before middle school, they presented in a way similar to how they do in the present tense of the game. Back then, they had to deal with people knowing or coming to find out that they were assigned male at birth, losing friends and being othered. We learn about how depressed it made them, no longer caring about fighting for their self-expression. This begs the connection to their presentation in this event of someone who is not the usual cute, feminine Mizuki, but a boy. Putting everything together, I believe that Mizuki went into middle school trying to reset their social perception through presenting male, meaning that they wouldn't have to deal with their secret anymore. Doing this clearly contributed greatly to their depression. An example of this depression can be seen in Secret Distance, when they flash back to the dull cherry blossoms they saw at this time when they were repressing their true self. Despite what they made themselves do in middle school, Mizuki just wanted to be themselves, but their fear could not be contended with. In the end, the only thing they felt they could do was to repress themselves, taking on the form of a man, a form that was so distressing for them to see that they even covered their mirror completely. I think we can all thank Mizuki's sister for giving them the push to regain their courage, overcoming this fear, and being themselves again. Before we move on to the next event, I want to touch on one of Mizuki's cards, which I think is particularly empowering once we learn of Mizuki's renewed courage. The card, A Moment of Jest, depicts Mizuki as a marionette cutting its own strings, perhaps saying that while Mizuki does feel like they don't have free will due to the consequences of their secret, they are beginning to take control. It's a testament to the confidence that Mizuki's sister helped them come into, telling us that Mizuki is beginning to break down the things that hold them back, or at least they'd like to. We Escape to Survive is a Mafu event, though it also focuses on how Mizuki tries to help Mafu with her problems. While trying to think of a way to help Mafu, Mizuki thinks about how Mafu just needs
真冬が真冬らしくいられる時間を。僕の家族が僕にしてくれたみたいにできないかな。あの時お姉ちゃんやお母さんやお父さんは逃げ出した僕を受け入れてくれた。そのおかげで僕は家でだけは僕らしくいられたんだ。え？あ。うん、今は帰りだよ。へえ、そうなんだ。今はそんなことしてる場合じゃないのに。悪いけど適当に断って。え？そっか。ああ言ってたのは別に悪意があるわけじゃなくて、わからないからなんだろうな。みんなに合わせることが人によっては自分を殺さなきゃいけないくらい苦しいものだってことを。もしかしたら二人だって
話せば分かってくれるのかもしれないけど。ごめん、今日はちょっとやらなきゃいけないことがあって。うん、ありがとう。それじゃあバイバイ。はあ、早く帰ろう。
Wait, let's slow down for a minute while we're still fresh in the context. We can say, based on context, that when Mizuki said, "But if I told them now, they might understand," they were more specifically saying, "But if I told them why I can't help presenting the way I do despite my birth sex, they might understand." Mizuki knows that most people can't accept that for Mizuki. The clothes that they wear, the presentation that makes them most comfortable, is the presentation of a girl. They can't just try to fit in and present themselves as a boy. And as you may remember, doing so drove them into suicidal depression in the past. And, well, you could say this makes sense for a cross-dresser, femboy, or an otokonoko. Of course, they would be sad not being able to be themselves. But with Mizuki's case, we can already tell that they aren't fitting the definition of these types of assigned male at birth, gender non-conforming people. Like I said before, it's essential to these people that they're happy being male presenting just as much as, if not more than they are when female presenting. So if these kinds of people had to fit in with everyone else, yes, it would be sad for them, but they would not have been as distraught as Mizuki. They wouldn't have to cover their mirror to prevent having their mood made worse by seeing their body and face, and they wouldn't see being a man as a task so impossible and distressing that it drives them to suicidal ideation. For Mizuki, having a male gender presentation is a dreadful thought that they cannot handle. Being a man is not their identity, no matter how hard they try. Instead, their happiness with their gender is based on presenting as a woman at all times, i.e., their identity is that they are a woman. As much as they were born male, there is no man in them, just a girl who loves enjoying cute things. What I'm really trying to say is, Mizuki's secret isn't just that they're assigned male at birth, it's also that they're transgender. They fit the definition completely. I mean, based on their depression when they try to present male in middle school, we can even say that Mizuki has gender dysphoria, doubling up my assertion that Mizuki is trans. You can't argue with this. I'm not just waving my hands in the air saying Mizuki is trans. I'm analyzing their behavior in the story and comparing it with the behavior of other assigned male at birth, gender non-conforming people who aren't trans to come to this conclusion. So there it is. Mizuki, by definition, is transgender. Okay, so didn't I just answer the main question of this video? The video isn't over yet, so what do we have left to talk about? Well, there's still the rest of Mizuki's story to go over, transcoding, and another elephant in the room about Mizuki. For now though, I want you to remember the point I just made and see how everything I'll talk about later supports it. Anyway, back to the story. After the encounter with their classmates, Mizuki gets home, noting how it's the only place where they can relax and be themselves. This reminds Mizuki of Mafu's problem of not having a safe place to go, yet she still gets through it, making Mizuki realize that they've always run away from tough situations, unlike Mafu.
ずっと逃げてきた。考えてみると、僕って本当にずっとそうだな。傷つくのが怖くて逃げて、やっとずっと一緒にいたいなって思える人たちができても、 き合えないままだ。
Later, Mizuki is talking to Luca further about what can be done to help Mafu, and Mizuki shares their worries.
僕なんかが真冬を助けられるのかなって考えちゃってたし。
どういうこと？
僕さ、真冬の問題を全部解決するのは難しくても、せめて逃げ場所になりたいって思ってたんだ。
逃げ場所？
うん。僕も昔すっごく辛かった時があったんだけど、いつでも逃げられる安心できる場所があったおかげでちょっとマシになったから。だから真冬にも同じような場所になれればって。でもそうやって昔の自分のこととか考えてたら思っちゃったんだよね。そんなこと本当に僕にできるのかなって。奏は真冬を救うために曲を作り続けるって、そういう覚悟ができる子でさ。エナは友達のためならずっと待ち続けるって言えるんだ。
なら、水木は？
僕はどっちでもないんだ。僕ってほんと逃げてばっかりでさ、自分の問題にも向き合えないし、ずっと一緒にいたい人たちにすら大事なことは話せない。だから
そう。水木はすごく臆病なのね。ルカさん、そんな風に言わなくて
もまあそうだよね。本当に臆病だよね。
そうね。でもそんなあなただからできることがあるんじゃない？
え？
水木は自分には何もできないって言うけれど、向き合うことから逃げ続けてきた。そんな水木だからこそできることがあると思うな。
そんなこと言われても何も。
考え方を変えてみればいいのよ。今、真冬は望むと望まざるとにかかわらず自分の問題と向き合うことになっているわ。それが辛く苦しいことだっていうのは水木、あなたなら知っているはずよ。水木、あなたが壊れそうになった時、あなたはどうしたの？どんな想像で心を守ったの？
僕が壊れそうになった時、あの時僕はこのままじゃ僕自身が消えちゃいそうですごく苦しかった。学校にいてクラスメイトといたって誰にも理解してもらえなくて、いつも一人ぼっちで。だから学校から逃げ出した。でもお姉ちゃんもお母さんもお父さんもすごく心配してくれて、そのおかげで守れた。逃げて逃げて逃げたから、僕は僕の心を守れた。それで
なと出会えたんだ。みんなと一緒に MV を作るうちに自分の気持ちを、自分の感覚を伝えていいんだって感じて、僕は僕のままでいいのかなって思えた。すごく小さいけど光に出会えたんだ。あ、逃げていいって。僕は逃げていいって伝えたいな。逃げろって、ここから逃げていいんだよって。逃げた先に居場所があることもあるって。ルカ、ありがとう。
This conversation inspires Mizuki to give advice to Mafu later.
実はさ、真冬と状況は違うけど、僕にも自分の心を殺さなくちゃやっていけなかった時期があったんだ。中学の頃、ちょっといろいろあって、周りから結構変な目で見られたっていうか、笑い物にされててさ。それですごくきつかったんだけど、でもアニメ見たり動画作ったりしてなんとか乗り切ってたんだよね。
でもそうしたところで
うん、何かが解決するわけじゃないんだ。僕ものらりくらりやってたけど、学校に行けば行くほどきつくなって、唯一安心して一緒にいられる仲間も卒業でいなくなって、耐えきれなくなった。だから逃げたんだ、学校から。家にいると傷つくことはなくなって、でも自分の問題から逃げちゃってるって分かってるから苦しくて。でもその時間があったから今こうしていられてる。
その時間があったから。
あのね、真冬。僕思うんだ。生きるためには、立ち向かうためにはエネルギーが必要だって。でも今の真冬みたいに苦しいことから離れられないままだとエネルギーがなくなって動けなくなっちゃう。ほら、苦しいまんま過ごしてるとさ、疲れて辛くなって最後はもうどうでもいいやってそう思っちゃうでしょ。だからそうならないために、生きるために逃げることが必要な時もあるって僕は思う。もちろん逃げ続けるのはおすすめしないよ。問題そのものが解決するわけじゃないから本当には楽になれないし。でもすごく辛くて壊れそうなほど苦しくてエネルギーがゼロになっちゃいそうな時は逃げるっていう手段もあるんだ。だからもう無理だって思ったら逃げていいって僕は思うんだ。誰でもない真冬自身のために。
After giving this advice, Mizuki hopes that Mafu can find the courage to find a safe space until she can have the greater courage to confront her parents, just as Mizuki found a safe space by running in the past. talk of Mafia having a safe space makes me think of Mizuki's safe spaces. As much as Night Court is a place where Mizuki can be themselves, they still have the worry of their secret, making Night Court not entirely safe. With Rui and Mizuki's family, Mizuki has shared their secret and they can be themselves. But with Night Court, they have yet to come out. So when the time comes, will Mizuki run away from Night Court like they ran from everyone else? Or will they find a safe place like Mafiu? For this event, Mizuki's sister has come home from abroad, particularly so they could spend time with Mizuki. Thinking about their sister, Mizuki begins to remember.
中学に上がってからはあんまり行かなくなっちゃったけど、昔はよく服選んでもらってたもんね。お姉ちゃんが作ってくれた服を着て出かけたりもして。
よし、全身コーディネート完成。
すごいすごい。靴もリボンもお姉ちゃんが作ってくれたブラウスにぴったりだし、すっごく可愛い。でも僕こんなに可愛くしていいのかな。
いいに決まってるじゃん。みずき、すっごく似合ってるもん。あ、向こうにあるアクセも見に行こうよ。
懐かしいな。お姉ちゃんにコーディネートしてもらうの大好きだったっけ。
Later, we see another flashback to Mizuki in grade school.
はあ、せっかくお姉ちゃんが作ってくれた服を着て学校行ったのに。大丈夫だよね。お姉ちゃん似合ってるって言ってたし。おはよう。うん。ありがとう。これお姉ちゃんに作ってもらったんだ。よかった。可愛いって言ってもらえた。僕が好きな色とかフリルも入れてもらったんだよ。この靴も一緒に選んでもらって。なんでって、そんなの好きだからに決まってるじゃん。どうして僕が可愛い服を着たら変なの？みんなと違うから。でもそれっていけないことなの？僕は好きな格好をしてるだけなのに。おかしいよ、そんなの。でももう変って言われるのもこそこそされるのも嫌だ。
みずき？
As Mizuki is trapped in their worries, their sister finds them in this state and asks what's going on, but young Mizuki tries to hide their worries from their sister. However, to comfort Mizuki, their sister invites them to go shopping. While shopping for cute things, as the two of them usually do, young Mizuki already begins to become apprehensive towards being themselves due to the bullying they receive at school.
姉ちゃん、困らせちゃってるな。ここに来たのって、僕が落ち込んでたから、だよね。なのに、僕。でも、このままだと、また、みんなに変って言われちゃう。それはもう、嫌なんだ。変だって、みんなと違うって言われると、僕がいちゃいけないって言われてるみたいで、苦しいし、寂しいよ。だから、もう、あそこのお店のワンピース、新作かな。この前、お姉ちゃんと来た時はなかったし、リボンもフリルもいっぱいで、やっぱり、かわいいな。靴もリボンもお姉ちゃんが作ってくれたブラウスにぴったりだし、すっごくかわいい。やだ、やっぱり僕は。
お待たせ。クレープ買ってきたよ。水木の好きないちご味。
お姉ちゃん、僕ってやっぱり変なのかな。
どうして？変じゃないよ。
じゃあ、なんで変って言われるの？
それは。
僕、思ったんだ。可愛いもののこと、好きじゃなくなっちゃえばいいのかなって。そうすれば、もう変って言われなくなるし、嫌な気持ちにもならなくなるから。でも、僕、可愛いものもお姉ちゃんが作ってくれた服も大好きなんだ。好きじゃないなんて言いたくないよ。
水木、ごめん。水木がそんなに悩んでたこと、私全然分かってなくて。ごめんね。そうだよね。周りに嫌なこと言われるのも、可愛いものが好きって気持ちを我慢するのも、どっちも苦しいよね。でもね、私思うんだ。可愛いものが好きって気持ちは持ったままでいいんじゃないかなって。だってそれは水木の大事な気持ちでしょ。
でも、それじ
ゃうん、また嫌なことを言われちゃうかもしれないよね。それで嫌なこと言われないように可愛いものを我慢しないといけなくなっちゃうこともあるのかもしれない。でも周りに合わせて可愛いものが好きって気持ちまで捨てなくてもいいんじゃないかな。だって水木は絶対に変なんかじゃないもん。
私は可愛いものが好きな水木のこと大好きだよ。お姉ちゃん。だから私は水木には水木の気持ちを大事にしてほしいな。いいのかな、僕このまま可愛いものを好きでいても、それでまた何か言われちゃうのはやっぱり怖いけど、でも僕のこと変じゃないって大好きって言ってくれるお姉ちゃんがいてくれるなら、ねえ、グレープ食べたら私の買い物に付き合ってくれない？新しい服を作ってるんだけどさ、どんなボタンをつけようか迷ってるんだ。え？ボタン？うん、今作ってるのは自分の服なんだけど、せっかくならまた水木に大好きって思ってもらえる服にしたくって。だから水木が好きなもののこともっと教えてくれない？はっ。
Coming back to the present, now at the end of a day shopping with their sister and spending time with friends, Mizuki's sister comes to Mizuki's room to give them a present.
お姉ちゃん、こんな時間にどうしたの？ああ、作業中だった？ごめんね。水木にちょっと渡したいものがあって。渡したいもの？はい、これ。あ、シュシュだ。フリルがついててかわいい。ってあれ、このデザインって。うん、水木が真冬ちゃんにあげたシュシュと色違いで作ってみたんだ。それとこれはよかったらなんだけど、かなでちゃんとえなちゃんの分も。え、2人のも作ってくれたの？はあ、特にえなとかすっごく喜びそう。でもどうしてみんなの分まで？今日かなでちゃんたちと会ってみて、水木にとってあの子たちがすっごく大事な存在なんだって分かったから。だからこのシュシュはおまじないみたいなものかな。水木がこれからもかなでちゃんたちと一緒にいられますようにって。これからもみんなとなんて余計なお世話かもしれないけど。あ、ううん、嬉しいよ。ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。次会った時、かなでとえなに渡すね。また背中押されちゃったね。え？今日一緒に買い物して小さかった頃のことを思い出したんだ。学校で嫌なこと言われて落ち込んでた時、お姉ちゃんが励ましてくれて、そのおかげで僕は可愛いものが好きって気持ちをずっと手放さずにいられたんだって。うんうん、あの時だけじゃなくって。ねえ、水木はどうしたい？え？私はさ、水木が水木の気持ちを大事にできたら嬉しいなってずっと思ってる。周りがどうだって水木の気持ちが一番大事なんだ。だからそれを聞きたいなって。それに水木はしおちゃんに好きなものをもっと楽しんでほしいって思ってるんだよね。
だったらこうしたらどうかなってことだけでも提案したらいいんじゃない？
一番苦しかった時も今もいつもお姉ちゃんは僕の気持ちを大事にしてくれて、だから僕も自分の気持ちを大事にしていい方に進んでこれたんだと思う。本当にありがとね。
そっか。水木の力に慣れてたならよかった。でもそれなら私も水木にお礼を言わなくちゃだね。
なんで？
実はね、デザイナーになりたいって思ったのは水木がきっかけなんだ。小さかった水木に服を作ってあげた時、すっごく喜んでくれたでしょ。それが本当に嬉しくてさ、水木にもっと喜んでもらいたいって思って趣味だった服作りに熱中するようになって、いつの間にか自分の作った服でたくさんの人を水木みたいに喜ばせたいって思うようになってたの。今でも水木が私の服を可愛いって喜んでくれるとその気持ちを思い出すんだ。それで苦しい時ももっと頑張ろうって思えるんだよ。
そうだったんだ。お姉ちゃんなら絶対なれるよ。たくさんの人を喜ばせられるデザイナーに。だって僕昔からずっとお姉ちゃんの作る服が世界で一番大好きだもん。僕応援してるから、これからも頑張ってね、お姉ちゃん。
ありがとう。私も応援してるからね。水木がこれからも自分の気持ちを大事にして進めるように。
そうだね。やっぱりまだ怖いけど、でもありがとう、お姉ちゃん。僕頑張ってみるよ。
I love Mizuki's sister. She's just so awesome. All the way back then, she was saving Mizuki, giving words of encouragement that every gender non-conforming person needs. With this event, we got explicit confirmation that before middle school, Mizuki presented themselves in a way that they do in the present tense of the game, though we did intuit this before. Their feminine presenting early childhood highlights just how odd and short-lived Mizuki's male presenting period was, clearly showing us that middle school was when they repressed their true identity. And it's possible that they even cut their hair to do this, as many people prefer to interpret. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is something that was stated many times during this event, that Mizuki dresses and presents the way they do because they like cute things. Hey, editor me again. So basically, when I was writing this, I thought Mizuki saying I just like wearing cute things originated from this event. Thus, when I originally referred to the claim of Mizuki doesn't identify as a girl, they just wear what they like, I talked about it in the context of this event where the conversation around liking cute things is totally different, leading me to make a different point. Despite that though, I still want to make the same point about this context specifically. Anyway, so basically, children do not innately know anything about gender. They simply do the things that make them feel happy, like how young Mizuki liked wearing women's clothes because they're cute. Using myself as an example, I didn't think about my preferred gender identity at all until puberty started. before then, I wore my hair long. It was just the thing I liked, and I never associated it with gender. So when I got bullied relentlessly for it, I was always confused. I would ask myself, why? Why can't my hair be long because I'm a boy? What would that have to do with it? It's just something I like. In the end, I turned out to be trans, but that didn't have to do with the hair that I like to have. It's just what I liked back then, and well, now as well, I guess. Though, importantly, when people looked at me back then, they could have thought I would become anything, a cross-dresser, a femboy, whatever. But me having long hair didn't accurately predict any of those things. It was just a thing I liked, like how Mizuki has always liked cute things. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, in this context, the words from young Mizuki, "I like cute things," don't tell us anything other than one of their personality traits. It's a statement unrelated to their gender. But back in the present, at the beginning of the story, what was Mizuki trying to say? At this point, we know extremely well that Mizuki is trans by definition, so when we look back at what Mizuki said, the tweet I showed back then, knowing too that Mizuki has never really been accepted by anyone, things start to make a lot of sense. If you wanted those boys off your back and you were trans, what would you do? Say, I see myself as a girl, so that's why I'm like this. Or take the safer option and say, I just like dressing this way because I like it. Even though I'm trans, I would say the latter. Can you imagine saying to someone who is already being hostile to you about your gender expression that you're trans? No! It's literally painting a giant target on your back, asking for even worse bullying. And if you don't believe me, I don't know. Would a crossdresser do everything in their power to constantly happily appear as a cisgender woman every single day of their life, not wanting others to see them as a man? Would a crossdresser want to die because they've had to live as a man for a year? Would someone who happily identifies as a man want to not be a man? No, that just doesn't happen. By definition, it can't happen. But you know what does happen? Exactly everything that has happened to Mizuki, down to every little detail of how they act and react, it all happens to trans people. So please just be open to the idea that sometimes you can't take a character's words at face value, just like with real people. Sometimes there's a whole undercurrent of emotions and societal pressures that make a character say something. And that's what we've been shown this whole time. We've seen the realities of Mizuki's life behind those words they said, and those realities tell us as clear as day that Mizuki is trans. This event is heavily focused on Mafu gaining the courage to begin talking to her parents about her emotions and frustrations with them, with the ending focusing briefly on Mizuki. Similar to what happened in the previous Mafu event, Mizuki offers their advice to Mafu, also giving us an insight into how Mizuki thinks.
自分のことを否定されるかもって思うと怖いよね。特に相手がすごく大事な人だと。ちゃんと話して、もし受け入れてもらえなかったら、拒絶されたらって思うと怖くて。それならこのまま黙ってた方がいいのかもって、そんな風に思っちゃうんだよね。だから僕も全然進めないままなんだけどさ。でもね、思うんだ。この世界に味方になってくれる人は思ったよりいるんじゃないかなって。もしちゃんと話したら、話してくれてありがとう。何があっても味方でいるよって言ってもらえるかもしれない。
な気がするんだ。怖いって気持ちもわかるし、ぶっ切るのも難しいと思う。
After saying all of this, Mizuki thinks to themselves,
「ずるいな。僕は自分は全然できてないのに、真冬にあんなこと言うなんて。でも味方か。」
In part thanks to Mizuki's words, Mafuyu gets the courage to begin opening up to her father. Mizuki, having learned of Mafuyu's success, desires to make progress and be accepted as well.
僕も進みたいな。今度こそちゃんと。
Finally, Mizuki is finding the courage to come out. So, we've now made it through all of Mizuki's story leading up to the infamous event, Where Does the Path of Thorns Lead, also known as Mizu5. So, what did we learn? Most importantly, we learned Mizuki is a person who was assigned male at birth, who lives every day of their life entirely as a girl. We learned that, as a kid, Mizuki always loved cute things, especially wearing cute clothes. Their sister was there too, helping them out with their cute interests and giving them the courage to begin expressing their cuteness every day. Over time, as Mizuki made friends, they would eventually try to get closer. Naturally, they would explain their secret to them, but people did not accept Mizuki for it. During We Escape to Survive, we reasoned that there are two elements of why Mizuki's secret was unacceptable. The first was that they were an assigned male at birth person wearing feminine clothes, and the second was that they're transgender. Upon learning this secret, people would no longer accept Mizuki, telling them off in various ways, leading to Mizuki losing almost all of their friendships as a result. Luckily, at home, Mizuki's family was willing to take the time to understand them, giving them a safe space. However, this safe space was not enough to save their mental health, and as Mizuki repeatedly experienced increasing loss, they simply couldn't handle expressing themselves genuinely anymore, deciding that they had to erase the part of them that caused them problems, their female presentation. In middle school, Mizuki tried to reset their perception and went through a repressed period where they presented themselves as a boy, possibly even having cut their hair to do so. This period marked the height of their depression, where they became frustrated at humanity and no longer able to see the beauty in beautiful things. But at the very least, they had a new friend who accepted them and related to their struggles, Rui. However, as Rui graduated and Mizuki's comforts began to disappear, they began to lose hope, feeling that they had no choice other than to disappear, which is coded language for suicide. Before things got worse though, Mizuki was luckily saved by their sister's words, Kanade's music, and the friends that they made in Night Court, allowing them to be their genuine self again. With Night Court, they didn't have to meet face to face, and there was no worry about having their secret found out. Even when they did finally meet, Mizuki continued to live as a girl, because nobody could intuit Mizuki's secret. However, Mizuki knew that eventually, they would have to tell Night Court their secret. And up to this point, Mizuki had never had friends they were so close to, let alone for so long, so they especially didn't want to lose them, which created a storm of emotions in Mizuki's heart. Even after Ena took notice of Mizuki's distress, pledging that they will accept whatever Mizuki tells them their secret is, Mizuki just couldn't get themselves to take the leap. They felt as if they knew that once their secret was out, they would never be able to go back to the wonderful life they've had with Night Court up to this point. So they stalled and haven't gotten themselves to tell everyone their secret, despite wanting to so badly. But After the Reeling in the Lights event, it looks like they might just be able to do it. So, now that we know quite a lot about Mizuki, I want to talk about their transcoding in the game's music as well as in their cards. Cards being illustrations of characters that are released for an event. So why are we looking at these? Well, as much as the story alone can tell us all that we really need to know, I mean, we already figured it out, the songs and art of the game can give us even more information, because as much as ProSekai is a visual novel, it's also a musical. But how can we know that we can trust the information that we glean from the songs and art? Well, after going through every Night Court song that Mizuki has sung in, as well as all of their cards, I can say confidently that the writers are very intentional with lyrics that are assigned to Mizuki, depicting themes that retell their story through song. In some instances, they have even commissioned entire songs that are directly about Mizuki's story and life, like ID Smile, Kimi no Yoru o Kure, and Baki no Hana. If we consider all the themes talked about in lyrics sung by Mizuki, we end up with a list that perfectly parallels Mizuki's story. Feeling mocked by others, parting with others, loneliness, depression, abandoning your true self, frustration over society's standards and status quo, being suicidal but feeling like you still have to live, letting things stay the same, lies, deception, and finally, acceptance. These really are everything that Mizuki has been experiencing up to this point. And in addition, Mizuki's cards also share these thematic consistencies with the story. Alright, knowing that there's intentionality here, I want to talk about a few songs. Some of these are about transcoding, and some are expansions on that, and some are just poetic retellings of Mizuki's character that I liked. Alright, ready? Okay. This song isn't really that crazy, as it's just a retelling of Mizuki's story and emotions. However, there is an important line in this song. This is a confusing line to hear, at least in English, but the original Japanese actually gives us a crazy hint, specifically the word minority. According to jisho.org, my Japanese dictionary of choice, this specific version of the word is referring to minority groups, which include sexual minorities such as LGBT people. When Mizuki says this line, I think it's trying to say that Mizuki thinks of themselves as a minority, and that being one comes with challenges that they have not been able to overcome thus far. I mean, we already know Mizuki is trans, but isn't this kind of telling us even more clearly? This song. When I learned that this song was in ProSekai and that Mizuki was one of the characters singing it, I really lost my mind. That's because this song is about being both transgender and being gay. The song states it quite literally without any flowery language. In addition, the song comments on how, despite being entirely normal, harmless people, transgender and other LGBT people are made into villains by society. If you don't believe me about this reading of the song, take a look at the manga that was based on it, which features a gay male protagonist who falls in love with a transgender man. So, now that we know what the song is about, let's take a look at two specific lines that Mizuki sings. With Mizuki saying this, it's telling us that they are one of the villains, an LGBT person villainized by society. The part, even to the people I don't know, is likely referring to rumors that are spread about them at school. This one is pretty simple. Mizuki is acknowledging to the listener that there are more than just the binary genders, which is something that an LGBT person, especially a transgender person, would be both aware of and accepting of. Lastly, if we take a look at the 3D music video for the song, where Mafiu and Mizuki both perform together, when Mafiu says the line, "I take on the form of a boy in front of you," Mizuki waves to the camera with a smug expression, making a peace sign as the camera cuts away. So what is this trying to say? To me, I think this is Mizuki trying to get our attention, saying, hey, this is the sort of thing I do. However, this shouldn't be confused with cross-dressing, as this song isn't talking about cross-dressers, it's talking about trans people. So then really, what is this saying? Well, I think this is Mizuki saying, hey, look, I'm trans, or maybe I'm insane and this little wave meant nothing. But from all that we've seen, I think it's true. After all, the writers are very, very intentional. So those are the two songs that really jumped out to me as being entirely overtly about Mizuki being trans. But I do want to mention some songs with lines that stood out to me. Out of context, a single line can have all kinds of meanings, but as this is a line that Mizuki sung, we should interpret it from their perspective. Really, the important thing here is their frustration over having an imperfect body, which makes a lot of sense for a character who wants to live their life as a girl but has the body of a boy. And we've actually been shown this frustration in the story back in Now I Wear This Ribbon, when Mizuki covered their mirror to prevent themselves from seeing their own reflection. Okay, first, let's edit this quote so that it can make sense out of context. In context, this would be more like, this line, as sung by Mizuki, is telling us that 1. Mizuki feels like a phony, and 2. That being one hurts. If we think back on the line from Kuyamato Kaite Mirai about Mizuki's frustration over having an imperfect body, we can see what they mean by phony. Mizuki is someone born male who wants to be in every way a girl. As much as they try to pass as a girl, they will never be able to change their birth sex. To be honest, part of me just wanted to include this because I think it's funny. I mean, when I found it, I was honestly taken aback, but it makes a lot of sense for Mizuki to have this line. Mizuki desires to be understood and accepted, and really the biggest hurdle for trans people being understood or not is whether or not people who aren't trans take the time to properly learn about what a trans person is. Things like what gender is, and what biological sex is beyond a high school level. So yeah, if you're a bigot, just study. So after going through all these songs, what have we learned? Firstly, we learned that ProSekai's writers are very intentional with lyric allocation and that we can extract meaning from song lyrics. Secondly, we learned about feelings that Mizuki has about being trans that aren't included in the base story of the game. In ID Smile, we learned that Mizuki sees himself as a minority. In Villain, we saw that Mizuki is heavily associated with transness, with the writers perhaps outright saying Mizuki is transgender in the song and in the music video. We also learned that Mizuki is unhappy with their body and that they feel like a phony, likely because of the disconnect between their body and gender presentation. Before we move on to analyzing the cards, I want to talk about Mizuki thinking of himself as a phony. If Mizuki was a crossdresser, the idea of being a phony would not be something that crosses their mind. When someone crossdresses, they do so already acknowledging that they are a phony, not feeling any distress about it. After all, a crossdresser is cisgender and would only ultimately worry about being perceived as the gender associated with their sex assigned at birth. taking into consideration that Mizuki does feel distressed around feeling like a phony, we can even more confidently rule out the classification of Mizuki as a cross-dresser than we did before. Mizuki desires to be the genuine article, a girl in totality. Connecting this back to how we know Mizuki's most depressed period of their life was when they repressed their self-expression, aka presenting as a girl, we can even more confidently diagnose Mizuki with gender dysphoria, which very, very confidently tells us that Mizuki is transgender. The most important card of Mizuki's when it comes to transcoding is the card titled Between Feelings and Reality. In this card, we can see Mizuki in a fantastical forest surrounded by butterflies. Importantly, Mizuki himself is a butterfly. This actually isn't the only instance of Mizuki being associated with butterflies, though it is the first. In the title art for Where Does the Path of Thorns Lead, Mizuki is represented as a butterfly flying away from the Night Chord logo. In musical form, Mizuki is associated with butterflies in the song Inochi Bakari, a song that we will be talking about once we recount the events of Where Does the Path of Thorns Lead. So with Mizuki's association with butterflies and literally being symbolized by a butterfly at one point, we can confidently say that butterflies are absolutely Mizuki's symbol. But why is this important? What is the significance of butterflies in the context of transgender people? Well, the butterfly has been used as a trans symbol for a very, very long time, and this makes sense. Butterflies begin their lives as caterpillars. Once they've grown, they transition to the pupa, or chrysalis stage, and their body eventually metamorphizes into that of a butterfly. For transgender people, this process is analogous to gender transition, the process by which people undergo social changes, hormonal therapy, and/or surgical intervention to come out the other end living as their preferred gender, opposite of the sex they were assigned at birth. If you're unsure if this interpretation is relevant, we can take a look at other metaphors for the butterfly, particularly Japanese ones. When we do so, we find that a common interpretation of the butterfly's metamorphosis is that it represents the process by which a young girl transforms into a woman. When we think about this with Mizuki, knowing that they're assigned male at birth, could this be another way of talking about Mizuki becoming a woman despite their birth sex? So, that's one card that codes Mizuki as trans. But what else is there? Well, there really isn't much that could be explicitly saying Mizuki is trans. However, there is one card, Solitude Utopia, that, while doesn't explicitly say anything about being trans, does have one particular thing going on, its color scheme. Specifically, the presence of pastel pinks, blues, and whites. These are important because these are the colors of the trans flag, and if we color pick from the image, we can very easily make a flag of our own. Trans colors in Mizuki don't stop being associated here though. If we look at Mizuki's live 2D sprites, there are two outfits that, when combined with the color of Mizuki's hair, resemble the colors of the trans flag. These aren't unimportant outfits either. One of them was Mizuki's primary live 2D model when the game was released, meaning that this color scheme is one that the devs wanted us to be aware of. You know what? Wow, that's actually kind of a lot of association with the trans flag's colors. I will admit that usually I don't take coding through color palettes very seriously, but considering how heavy Mizuki's associations with these colors is, I believe it is a valid point to make. Now that we've gone over Mizuki's transcoding in their cards, I want to quickly touch on a particular subtle hint that the writers had been giving us since before Mizu5. In the cards, Don't Be Scared and Encouraged by Your Kindness, we can see that Mizuki's bosses are buttoned to the right. If we look at the other members' outfits that go along with Mizuki's, we can see that their bosses are buttoned to the left. This might seem innocuous to most, but this difference is actually a gender difference. If you were to say, buy a men's top, it would button to the right, and if you bought a women's top, it would button to the left. This is simply just a common thing, and you can look it up if you're interested. Anyway, this is giving us information that we already know, now that Mizu5 has happened, that Mizuki is assigned male at birth. But back then, this information had not yet been revealed, so these outfits were the devs hinting Mizuki's assigned sex of birth to us. Alright, we made it through the cards too. Learning about these cards got us to understand that Mizuki is visually represented through the trans symbol of the butterfly, and that their primary color palette is the same as the trans flag. Even without knowing the story, we have built a strong case for Mizuki's transness just through the music and the art of the game alone. When we do take into account the game's story though, our case for Mizuki being transgender has become incredibly strong. So, now that we've learned just about everything that we could possibly learn about Mizuki, let's finally get into the penultimate Mizuki story as of the making of this video. Where does the path of thorns lead? For this event, I recommend viewer discretion for this portion of the story, as it deals heavily with transphobia, suicide, and dissociation. If you do not feel you can currently handle these topics at the intensity this story portrays, please skip to here. After the events with Mafu in Reeling in the Lights, in which Mafu was able to begin being open with her parents, Mizuki is once again thinking about how they too want to move forward.
僕も進みたい。ずっと逃げてそうやってここまで来ちゃったから。エナの言葉にも甘えて、だけど話したい。今度こそちゃんと向き合って。話すなら最初はエナに話さなきゃ。ずっと待っててくれてるから。まずは今度いつ会えるか聞いて。変なの。逃げたくない。もう逃げたくない。手が震えてうまく打てない。落ち着け。ゆっくり打てば大丈夫だから。よし。あとは送るだけだ。送ればあとは。
ああ、そうなんだね。
あいつ扱いに困るよな。
あれってキャラ作りでしょ？
目立ちたいだけなんじゃない？
違う。ただ僕は
ただの勘違いかもしれないでしょ。なんか大変だね。
若い時ってそう思い込む時期があるらしいね。
This last comment in particular is something that many non-conforming people hear as kids, particularly trans people. As a trans kid, my mom would constantly say things along these lines in an attempt to convince me that wanting to be a girl was just a phase.
エナはみんなは拒絶したりはしない。みんな優しくて誰かの痛みがわかるから。そう思ってるのに。
Later, everyone is together in empty Sekai. Due to the smell of Ena's clothes from her practice making ikayaki, her plans to possibly go to Mizuki's school festival are revealed, causing Mizuki to worry that they might lose control of how their secret is revealed to Ena. However, they decide that they want to try their best to tell Ena properly, themselves. As much as Mizuki may have tried to hide their concerned face while thinking about this though, Kaito noticed, becoming concerned about Mizuki. Later, after all the Night Court members have left Empty Sekai, he goes to Meiko to get information about Mizuki. To Kaito's frustration, Miku doesn't share anything. Despite facing pushback from Meiko, Kaito decides to go straight to Mizuki to get his words across.
やっぱり送れない。絶対に話すってそう決めたのに。怖い。
おい。
え？あ。カイト。どうしたの？カイトが僕のところに来るなんて珍しいね。
お前に話がある。
話って？
お前は一体何を？
カイト。
え？
いい加減にしなさい。カイト、あなたにそこまで立ち入る権利はないわ。
メイコ。
お前がそこまで介入するほどなのか。わかった。だが、これだけは言わせろ。水木。お前、何かを迷ってるな。何に迷っているか、俺には知る由もないかな。だが、迷いが生まれているのは、何かを選ぼうと、選びたいと、誰でもないお前自身が思ったからだろう。きっと、お前も分かってはいるんだろうけどな。進むか引くかを好きにしろ。だが、今抱えてる苦悩の中からお前は、お前自身を救うための道を選び抜く必要がある。ただ、生きるために。
カイト。
水木。私にできることは、見ていることだけだわ。けれど、あなたの苦悩を、私は見てきた。ずっと、そばで。
メイコ。
本当はこれからも、触れるべきじゃないと思ってる。水木の抱えるものはとても、もろく、崩れやすいものだから。けれど、見届けるわ。それがどんな結末になろうとも、未来まで、最後まで、必ず。
うん。ありがとう、二人とも。でも、もう少しだけ時間が欲しいんだ。
Fast forwarding to the school festival preparations, Mizuki is helping out their class. They note that they're glad to be doing it because it distracts them from their thoughts. Later, Mizuki runs into Rui, and they catch up on their experiences preparing for the festival. After only a few sentences from Mizuki, however, Rui has already become aware that something is wrong with his friend. Mizuki notes that's expected coming from Rui, knowing Mizuki so well. Rui then gently invites Mizuki to come outside to talk about what's happening, and Mizuki accepts.
それで、どうしたんだい水木。もちろん、話したくないなら。
聞いてほしいかな。全部話そうって思ってるんだ。サークルのみんなに僕のこと。
そうか。
うん。でもダメなんだ。頭では進もうと思ってても何もできなくて、ずっと怖いままで。
何が一番怖いんだい？
受け入れてもらえないかもって怖さもある。でも一番は変わることが怖い。話したらみんなとの関係が変わっちゃうかもしれない。みんなといられる大事な時間も変わってほしくない。頭では分かってるんだ。みんなはきっと僕を拒絶したりはしない。全部僕が気にしすぎてるだけで、すぐにルイたちみたいに何でもないことみたいに受け入れてくれるって思う。だけどもしも受け入れなくちゃって傷つけないようにしなきゃとか、気をつけて話さなきゃとか、そう思わせちゃったら、そうなったって僕が思っちゃったら、僕はきっと耐えられない。
水木。
わがままだよね、こんなの。
そんなことはないよ。その関係が大事であればあるほど変わってしまうのは怖いものだ。とてもね。もどかしいね。僕にその恐怖を消すことはできない。ただ願っているよ。水木の心が守られることを、水木が心から幸せを感じられるようになることを、友人として願っている。
ルイ。そろそろ帰ろっか。
あ
ありがとう、ルイ。
Back at home after school, Mizuki is thinking about the words Kaito, Meiko, and Rui have given them, acknowledging,
コースはずっと消えない。だけど
Right then, Mizuki receives a message from Ena, confirming that she will be going to the festival. She also suggests bringing the other Night Court members along. Mizuki accepts, telling Ena that tomorrow, after others have gone home, they want to come out to Ena about their secret. After saying this, Mizuki becomes scared, thinking that tomorrow's festival will be their last day with everyone in Night Court, their closest friends. The next day, the festival is finally begun. Mizuki is properly participating this time, wearing their class's t-shirt. However, they are deeply worried about what is soon going to happen. They don't want to reveal their worrying to their friends, so they try to put on a happy, overly enthusiastic face. But as Ena starts interacting with Mizuki, it becomes clear that something is wrong. Once all the Night Court is met up, they begin walking around the school, enjoying various activities. Eventually, they make their way to Mizuki's class, making Mizuki begin to worry that they will be outed by the class's receptionist. Luckily, however, Toya is the receptionist, and Mizuki has no need to worry. Mizuki's class's activity is an escape room where participants have to solve various puzzles to escape. Mizuki joins the others as the puzzle guide, having designed it alongside Toya. To Mizuki's surprise, Night Court breezes through all of the puzzles due to knowing Mizuki so well. Now at the final puzzle, they have to find something hidden somewhere in the room. To do so, Ena tries thinking from Mizuki's perspective, stating,
本当はこういう考え方はダメかもだけど、水木の性格から考えてみたの。水木は宝箱の中とか分かりやすいところには隠さないでしょ。絶対ひとひねり入れてくると思うんだ。でもだからって机の下とかカーテンの裏とかそういうところは違う気がするんだよね。どうしてそう思うの？だって地味だし、水木なら見つけた時にもっと盛り上がりそうなところに置きそうじゃない？ MV 作る時も山場の見栄えずっと気にしてるし。あ、確かに。だからすっごい勘だけど、このずらって並んでるぬいぐるみのどこかに隠されてる気がするんだよね。話してたらあと2分切ったよ。じゃあ手分けして探してみようか。
Ena checks one of the bear plushies, but is duped. In reality, the correct bear was separated from the others, hanging from the ceiling, waiting to be found. As much as this was a great idea, it was Toya's idea to hang the bear from the ceiling. Mizuki's original idea was actually what Ena had deduced. Having seen their friends get through each puzzle so easily, Mizuki thinks to themselves,
本当にみんな僕のことよく分かってくれてるな。僕が作業中に話してたこととか、どんな風に考えてるかとか覚えててくれて、一緒にいるといつも自然と笑顔になれて、みんなといる時間はやっぱり僕にとってこれからもずっとちゃんと一緒にいたい。だから
Now that the festival is coming to an end, Mizuki rejoices that everything has gone on without incident. Mizuki says to Kanade and Mafuyu that they have something to talk to them about later, and then the two of them leave. After they leave, Mizuki properly invites Ena to the rooftop to tell her everything. As they walk together, Mizuki notices how much their heart hurts.
心臓が痛い。吐きそうだ。だけどもう逃げない。
Despite the pain and anxiety, Mizuki steals the resolve and keeps going. Ena shows her kindness to Mizuki in this moment, and Mizuki can only think about how Ena's kindness is ultimately what scares them the most. Suddenly, a student from Mizuki's class finds Mizuki, asking them for help with a student who was injured after a petition board fell on them. Despite what is otherwise happening, Mizuki decides to go help, telling Ena to go ahead to the rooftop and to wait for Mizuki to get there. Ena, now on the rooftop getting ready for Mizuki to tell her everything, hears the door open, thinking it's Mizuki. Instead, it's 3 unknown boys who don't know that Ena is there.
マジで疲れたな。
だな。今日打ち上げあるっぽいけど、行くか悩むわ。
わかる。ちょっとだるいよな。
あれって千日の生徒。どうしよう。人がいるなら場所変えた方がいいかも。
そういや、さっき廊下走ってったのって秋山だよな。
おう、みたいだな。
やっぱあいつって何もなきゃ普通に可愛いよな。
水木の話してる？もう確かに顔はいいよね、実際。
おい、そういうのやめろよ。
いや、だってそうじゃね？
あそこに誰か。あ、君今日秋山と回ってた子じゃない？
やっぱ話しかけられちゃった。ああ、どうも。まあ一応そうですけど。
ほら、やっぱそうだ。
おい、急に絡むなって。びっくりさせるだろ。
文化祭の時くらいいいだろ。ねえ君、あんま見たことない顔だけど秋山とは仲いいの？
まあそれなりに付き合いは長いけど。
へえ、そうなんだ。あ、じゃあ君も男だったりする感じ？
は？
おい、やめろって。
なんだよ、冗談だろ。ごめんね。
何それ。冗談って全然笑えないんだけど。
いや、だから悪かったって。君は普通に女の子だって思って。
どういう意味？
え？
私は普通にって。
おい、もしかしてこの子マジで知らな。
だからやめろって言っただろ。
でも長い付き合いって言うなら知ってるって思うだろ普通。あいつだって別に隠してねえじゃん。
え？冗談じゃない。じゃあ話したいことって。
あっ。
は。
For the next part of the story, an ominous menu pops up saying, "After this story, Mizuki Akiyama will not appear in the real world. Are you alright with proceeding?"
左廊下から行けば先回りできるかも。でも捕まえてもなんて言ったら。水木、私
ごめんね。もっと早く話さなきゃいけなかったんだ。
けど水木は。
びっくりしたよね。
でもそれは。
分かってる。さっきエナはただびっくりしただけで、それ以外の気持ちは全然ないんだって分かってる。本当は全部分かってるんだ。
水木。
でもどうしてもダメなんだ。エナはすごく優しいから、きっと明日からも何もなかったみたいに話してくれる。奏でも真冬もきっとそうだったんだっていうだけで、当たり前みたいにいつもみたいに作業して、次の日も次の日も次の日もみんなはずっと変わらないって、そう思わせてくれるんだって。それはただのみんなの優しさで、本当は温かくてきっとすごくいいもので、でも僕はその優しさがみんなの中に生まれちゃうことがどうしようもなく嫌なんだ。
そんなこと。
ごめん、ずっと話せなくてごめん。向き合えなくてごめん。
私はなんで。
自業自得だな。逃げて逃げ続けて、いっそ誰か話してくれって思ってたんだから。 願い通りになったじゃないか。ああ、消えたいな。
After this, Mizuki can only be found in empty Sekai, disappearing from the real world. When clicking on Mizuki in empty Sekai, they say,
もっと早く言えてれば。何か違ったのかな。そんなわけないか。
And when navigating the game menus, Mizuki may appear with the dialogue,
何かやって気を紛らわせたいのに、何にもやる気起きないな。そういえば今日バイトあったな。サボったらさすがにまずいかな。
In addition to this dialogue, and as with every event, there is an afterlife where the Night Court members perform a song and dance together. The afterlife for this event starts without any prior talking between members, immediately transitioning into the song Give Me Your Night, also known as Kimi no Yoru o Kure.
バカだな。もうみんなとは歌えないのに。
I can deeply relate to the way Mizuki reacted to everything. Pushing everyone away, self-isolating, and falling into a depressed, dissociated state. It's too real. It really is. When I read this event, I remember thinking, there's no way the person who wrote this hasn't experienced these things before. It was all just a chilling representation of reality. Mizuki being outed like this is the kind of thing that shouldn't ever happen to anyone, but this is something Mizuki has gone through many times. After all, their secret is something that they only want close friends to know, but they've had to deal with everyone they've ever been in classes with knowing it without their consent. And when Mizuki finally got the chance to have some control over this with Night Court, with Ena, they had everything ripped away from them once again. Mizuki just wants to be themselves, but still be considered normal. They want to live every day being seen as just another girl, even if they weren't born one. That's all they want, and it's caused them so much pain. But they've gone on so long without finding acceptance that they can't imagine being truly accepted anymore. Someone could be kind, telling them that they accept Mizuki, but would they really mean that? Knowing that Mizuki was born male, could they ever see them as a girl? Well, Mizuki didn't think it could happen, so they ran. They ran from the people who might just finally be the ones to see Mizuki for Mizuki. Alright, so with this event, there's quite a bit of additional media to analyze. There's the new cards, there's the new song, Bake no Hana, along with its music video and illustration, and lastly, there's a new solo cover of Inochi Bakari, sung by Mizuki. For the sake of continuity with the story, let's look at Bake no Hana first. While I would like to include my analysis of the music video and art in this video, doing so would partially be redundant and partially a giant tangent that we don't need to go down. So if you guys want me to make a video about it, leave a comment. As for which English translation I'll be using the translation from the Vocaloid lyrics fandom page. And finally, before we get into the song, I want to note that it is sung from the perspective of Mizuki, so I will be interpreting it based on that. Looking at the first 3 lines of this section, it's very clear that Mizuki is being given an unwanted look, one that they've faced many times. Knowing Mizuki is trans, we can relate this to the visibility of trans people and the pain it causes them. Truly harmless people just trying to live their lives, but when made visible, they're ridiculed, looked down upon, and othered, not allowed to be accepted into any particular group. For the final line, the subject is vague, so I'm gonna go down a limb here and say that the cute thing being referred to is Mizuki. If we think about this line as if it's something somebody is saying about Mizuki, we can interpret it as, sure, Mizuki is cute, but their existence is sinful, which would line up with how transgender people are seen by society. Very simply, Mizuki is beginning to have a mental breakdown. For this, I want to bring up the translation note from the Vocaloid lyrics wiki concerning the song's title, Bake no Hana, which is said during the section. Bake no kawa is an expression meaning concealing one's true character, or even a wolf in sheep's clothing. Here, kawa or skin is replaced by hana, meaning flower. This phrase makes a lot of sense to mention here, as concealing one's true character is what Mizuki has been doing all this time, and they've had that information forcibly told to Ena. Supporting the usage of the word flower in place of skin for this song, I saw a YouTube commenter at AIT1DH mention that when flowers bloom, you can see the stamens, the male sexual organ, and pistils, the female sexual organ, and you can tell the difference between males and females. While this isn't true for all flowers, as some flowers have both organs present upon blooming, it would be a very apt explanation for why they changed the phrase from bake no kawa to bake no hana. Using this knowledge about flowers, if we look at the second line, which talks of a flower that has bloomed, and we relate the flower to Mizuki, a bloomed flower would represent Mizuki's secret having been revealed. Conversely, an unbloomed flower, aka bud, would represent when the secret has not been shared. Now that we know this, we can return to this section. Don't look, it's not like you'd understand, right? Is referring to Mizuki not wanting people to look at them and come to a conclusion, because there's no way others could understand their situation. Now, the other 3 lines. These refer to how Mizuki cannot reverse their outing from occurring, no matter how hard they cry, no matter what they say. Going back to our analysis of the translation note from earlier, we know that a bud in this case means a state when nobody knew of Mizuki's secret, reinforcing that Mizuki cannot return to how things were in the past. As much as Mizuki hates the attention and judgment they receive, and wish everyone could just disappear, they don't want to be alone. Next, we repeat an earlier part, then move on to the final section. This is very clearly simply saying that if Mizuki can't be truly accepted in the future and allowed to live their life the way they desire to, then they feel that they should kill themselves, putting an end to their punishment for having been born, i.e. not being born a girl. Bake no Hana has tuned us into Mizuki's emotions after being outed, telling us that Mizuki is no longer mentally stable and has fallen once again into a suicidal state of mind. But despite these feelings, they want to be saved. They want someone to stay by their side. They don't want to be alone. They just want to be understood. Another song that was released with Mizu5 was Mizuki's solo cover of Inochi Bakari. For the sake of brevity, I will not go into the specific details of the song, like its relationship to another Mizuki song, Kimi no Yoru Kure. So I recommend listening to it yourself alongside a translation. To give a brief rundown, however, when we interpret Inochi Bakari from Mizuki's point of view, the song becomes a chronicle of Mizuki's emptiness and depression, illustrating how incredibly beaten down they feel by everything. After trying so hard to fit in and be normal, they failed, unable to overcome the desire to be themselves. They don't even know what to do with themselves anymore, but to isolate themselves, becoming unable to move in their life. They hate themselves for this. They think themselves pitiful, a coward, which makes them feel that they don't even deserve to be saved, no matter how much they want to be. I really do recommend listening to Mizuki's version of this song. Mizuki's voice actor, Hinata Sato, who had a fantastic performance during Mizu5's story, sung this song with so much emotion. Her voice breaks down during the song, echoing how Mizuki must be feeling at this time. I think it's apt to imagine that after Mizuki ran away from everyone and isolated themselves, they sang this song to themselves, crying. Alright, that was a lot. Let's get into the next part of this, the cards. This is it. This is Mizuki having run away. The space they're in is a desaturated, broken version of a space they were depicted in an earlier card called Feelings That I've Realized. In the original depiction of this space, it's practically a wonderland for Mizuki, an adorable, cute space with everything they need to make their own cute clothes. But now it's become a horrifying representation of their mental state. The mannequins are ripped apart, and a mirror in the background is broken, maybe telling us that Mizuki broke it upon seeing their face and the body that they resent so much. The room is covered in white flowers, which in many cultures is a kind of flower that represents innocence and purity. With the theme of death lingering, we can perhaps interpret these flowers from a mourning perspective, where white flowers, quote, carry associations with purity and youth, making them a good choice for someone who died at a young age. Mizuki themselves is dressed and posed in a frightening way. When I first saw this pose, I personally interpret it as Mizuki having completely lost their mind, blink with their mind having died. On Twitter though, I saw a lot of people saying that their pose was similar to one someone being hanged would be in, which fits in well with earlier mentions of suicide. Shifting our focus to Mizuki's clothing, we see them in a tattered dress, ripped apart to reveal red underneath. I think that you can derive a few meanings from the red, but I prefer to interpret the red as the many wounds that Mizuki carries, all coming back open at once at this penultimate moment of their life, throwing them into insanity. Most important to their outfit is their blindfold adorned with a bloomed flower. The blindfold not only covers their eyes, but their ears as well. I see this as Mizuki not wanting to observe reality anymore, instead living only in their mind, since, in their imagination, they can imagine an ideal reality where the world is exactly how they've always wanted it to be. The final piece to this card is in the foreground, which shares curtains from the earlier card, Feelings That I've Realized. These curtains are also related to a card of Ena's from Secret Distance that pairs with Feelings That I've Realized. In it, She is depicted in the space of Mizuki's, looking past the curtains, reaching out to Mizuki to help them. But while these curtains once created an open door to Mizuki, and what has been lost, there is now a ribbon blocking the path, sectioning off the area like police tape. Ena's card gives us a glimpse into how Ena is dealing with the aftermath of Mizuki's outing, not having been able to do anything for her friend. She is visibly frustrated, surrounded by flowers of mourning, accompanied by a lone, red-stained rose as she clings to a red ribbon. She lays on a body of water, trying to penetrate its surface, but the only thing that can is the ribbon. To pull this card apart, we can start with Ena's pose, which relates back to Mizuki's first ever card, Unyielding Obsession. In this card, Mizuki is also laying on a body of water, giving a pained smile to the camera, while the reflection, a representation of their true feelings, lacks any life without a glint in its eyes, looking completely defeated and hopeless. In Ena's card, there is no reflection, meaning that the expression she is showing is truly how she feels. She's sad, scared, and ultimately just concerned for Mizuki. Next to Ena is a bloomed rose, tinged with red. This is the same kind of rose that Mizuki is wearing on their head in What Has Been Lost. We can also recall from Bake no Hana that a bloomed rose represents awareness of Mizuki's secret, which I think this rose represents. Lastly is the ribbon. While I have not gotten to the other cards, I have to mention that this ribbon appears in all of them. You may recall from Mizuki's card that it blocks the path into their space. In Ena's card, I believe that this ribbon is connecting Ena to Mizuki. The ribbon stretches far down into the body of water, something that Ena cannot personally penetrate into. It's saying that while Ena cannot directly get to Mizuki, she is holding on, trying to reach them eventually. She just wants to save her friend. She just wants Mizuki to be okay. Next, we have Kaito's card. Kaito is laying on the ground, frustrated, surrounded only by petals, hints of Mizuki's secret. The ribbon also lays tattered, torn up as if Kaito destroyed it out of frustration. The ribbon is also completely desaturated to the point of being white. I think that this represents Kaito's emotional, relational distance from Mizuki, as in other cards, Mafyu's ribbon is a light red, while Ena's ribbon, the ribbon of Mizuki's best friend, is a vibrant red. I think Kaito wishes he could have done more. After all, he seems to see himself as the only one who can make change in Night Court and save people, but this time, while he did bring change, he hasn't saved anyone. Almost done now, we have Mafyu's card. Mafyu appears to be the only one in a space similar to Mizuki's. This tells us that Mafyu may be able to enter Mizuki's space of depression isolation, which fits with her character. We see her staring at an umbrella, likely a callback to the Mizuki card, What I've Learned, where the untrained version of the card references back to the events of We Escape to Survive, when Mizuki gave the advice to Mafyu, it's okay to run. As for the trained version, I like to believe that this card is a poetic reinterpretation of this, where Mizuki's help and advice is represented by an umbrella shielding Mafyu from the rain in a crumbling, decaying world that they both share. An important component to this card is how the umbrella is facing away from Mafyu. I've seen a lot of people on Twitter say that this represents a sort of guarded stance from Mizuki, which makes sense, as Mizuki is not opened up to Mafyu at this point. But now, in this new space they share, they can see the other side of the umbrella, where Mizuki's secret is now visible to them. Since Mizuki never came out to Mafyu, and I don't think Ena would tell Mafyu Mizuki's secret, I think this is saying that Mafyu may have already figured out Mizuki's secret. Lastly, we have Kanade's card. This card is only a 2-star, so it is very simple, but it's still important. The point of interest in this card is the bow that Kanade is holding, which stumped me at first, but after looking at a Tumblr post by Project Sekai Facts, I found out that this is the same bow on Mizuki's dress that they wore in Feelings That I've Realized. The significance of this bow coming from that dress, I'm not sure of, but I want to point out the colors featured on the ribbon. As I pointed out in the section about Mizuki's transcoding, there is a strong association between Mizuki and trans colors, giving us a hint that they're transgender. This ribbon in particular features the colors of the trans flag, arranged in the same order as the flag. So, while this card can't tell us about Kanade's connection to Mizuki or her awareness of their secret, This card offers up another instance of transcoding. Okay, so what did we learn in this section? Starting with Bake no Hana, we learned the symbolism of the red flower found throughout almost all of the cards in this event, representing Mizuki's secret having come out and them not being able to go back to the past when it wasn't. Through Bake no Hana, Inochi Bakari, and Mizuki's card, we learned about Mizuki's emotional state where, as much as they can't take what has happened to them and it has driven them to suicidal feelings, despite having pushed everyone away, they still want to be saved. Bringing us to the cards, we learned how Ena and Kaito feel after everything. In Ena's case, she is concerned for Mizuki and wants to help them, and much like how she couldn't at the end of Where Does the Path of Thorns Lead, Kaito can't get across to them now either. Like Ena, he couldn't save Mizuki. Moving on to Mafu, we may have learned that she already knew about Mizuki's secret, and that, despite a weaker tie to Mizuki than Ena, Mafu seems to be the physically closest to Mizuki. Lastly, there is the transcoding in the ribbon that Kanade is pictured holding. So at this point, we're completely caught up on everything. We've seen all of Mizuki's story up to this point, chronicling their life as someone who just wants to express themselves and live their life as a girl, being beaten down by a society that does not accept transgender people. We saw them go through repression, to then see them come back out the other side with a renewed hope that maybe they will be understood one day. Mizuki lived their life as a girl with Night Court more happily than any other period in their life, finally believing that they could have control over how people think of them. But when they finally tried to take the final steps to get closer to their closest friends, they had their control ripped from under them, sending them into a suicidal spiral, no longer desiring to live in the real world. It's a lot, and it's heavy. After Mizu5 especially, the darkness of Mizuki's story has reached a new height, one that's been painful for all of us to witness. In particular, I noticed Japanese fans being especially distraught. Scrolling through Japanese Twitter, the vast majority of comments I saw about Mizuki were simply of concern for Mizuki's character. There wasn't really even any discourse. Look, if you're watching this video, you already know the discourse, but let's go over it. Most ProSekai fans are agreeing that Mizuki is trans, though some of them disagree and think that Mizuki is a femboy, stating they just like cute things, aka calling Mizuki a crossdresser. Reminder though, we already know Mizuki is trans at this point. They're not a crossdresser. Despite what any of these tweets say, this conclusion cannot be reasonably refuted, especially not with the statement, Mizuki just likes cute things, because if you remember, we invalidated this point during Next to Unchanging Warmth. Moving on, some people are simply just tourists. They have probably never played ProSekai, but they call people who claim Mizuki to be trans delusional transgender Westerners, believing that any possibly or even explicitly stated transgender character from Japan could never exist. These people call Mizuki a femboy, a crossdresser, a trap, and otokonoko. In addition, their opinion heavily implies that only Japanese people could ever make the call about whether or not Mizuki could be trans. So let's take them up on that. Let's take a look at the Japanese discourse over Mizuki. Before we get into this, I want to point out that yes, and I can't believe that I have to say this, but there are Japanese people who are transgender. On top of that, they aren't some mentally ill people brainwashed by Western hegemony. If you want to learn more about the existence of Japanese trans people and characters in media, I recommend watching these two videos by Moon Channel. So, what's it looking like on Japanese Twitter? Well, generally, the discourse is the same as in the West. The places where it differs are in the amount of people arguing about whether or not Mizuki is trans, as well as in some tidbits that are specific to Japanese culture that Western Twitter seemed to miss. But yeah, it's not really that different. though for the most part, and I really mean for the most part, people are just talking about how they want Mizuki to be okay. It's to the point that actually it's pretty difficult to find people talking about anything else, but the discourse over whether or not Mizuki is trans is still there, so let's take a look at it. Quick note though, I will be showing tweets in Japanese with the Google Translate output under them. It's important to note that in Japanese, there aren't any pronouns like there are in English. So to fill in the gaps, Google Translate looks for any gendered language it can find in a statement and creates pronouns based off of that. This results in statements that don't have Mizuki gendered in Japanese, having Mizuki be gendered in English. So to avoid any problems, I will replace all pronouns with they, them pronouns. In addition, Google Translate isn't perfect, so I will be correcting bad wording and mistranslation. Thank you to Yiyaminan for helping me out with this. Anyway, let's start with the people who don't believe Mizuki is transgender. Some people overseas misunderstand this, but Mizuki is not a boy who wants to be a girl. They just like cute things. I hope this subtle nuance is conveyed. It's important. Society doesn't allow boys to wear cute frilly clothes or pursue cuteness. Okay. I mean, I like the spirit of this opinion. It's true that gender non-conforming assigned male at birth people are discriminated against in society. And I too feel that anyone should be able to wear any clothes that they like. But if you remember back to the beginning of our story recap, when we first saw this mention of Mizuki just likes cute things, we got into how that statement is not an end-all be-all determining their gender. And next to Unchanging Warmth, we combine this idea with our knowledge of Mizuki's character from the story to completely defeat this notion that Mizuki is just a boy who likes cute things. Mizuki is not a crossdresser. We already know it quite well. No, Mizuki is not transgender. They just like cute things, so they wear cute things. This is why people don't know how to react to them. Alright, same argument as last time. Mizuki just likes cute things. They're just a cross-dresser? A femboy maybe? Otokonoko? I just refute this. I guess to people overseas, all people who like to wear women's clothes are transgender. In Mizuki's event this time, they said that they were transgender, and I wondered if this was unconscious discrimination. Isn't it just that they like cute things and wear cute things? What? No. People outside of Japan do not think all people who wear women's clothes are transgender. What are you talking about? Unconscious discrimination? Are they trying to say that Western transgender people hate crossdressers and femboys? 'Cause, like, we don't? Like, I said way back a million years ago in the start of the video, a lot of trans people actually identify heavily with femboys and crossdressers. We respect them. I guess Mizuki is just a boy who loves cute things. They want to hide the fact that they're a man, and since they use the first person pronoun boku, it doesn't seem like they're questioning their sexuality. I think they're not growing their hair out because they want to be a girl, but simply because they want to be able to style it in a variety of cute ways. I guess it's grown for a reason. Sorry for bringing up another work, but I wonder if it's something like Senpai o Otokonoko. It's not a matter of which gender they want to be. They want to be themselves, so even though they're a man on the family register, I personally think that the gender Mizuki has always been and will continue to be the best for them. Again, Mizuki is being called a cross-dresser, so let's go back over that. If we can recall, a male cross-dresser is someone who identifies as a man, who wears women's clothing. Related to this are femboys and otokonoko. Like cross-dressers, they identify as men. Being a man is their primary thing. As much as they want to wear cute clothes and be feminine, they ultimately still want to be men and don't live their lives as women. Mizuki, on the other hand, lives entirely as a girl. The only time that their female presentation has ever dropped was after they were bullied heavily for it. On top of that, being able to live as a girl was so important to them that not being able to led them into suicidal ideation in middle school. They even exhibited signs of gender dysphoria against being a man. Would someone who wants to identify as a man go through this? No! On top of this, wouldn't someone who wants to be a man get gender dysphoria against being a woman if they only presented as women? Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't. Living one's life entirely as a woman in the way that Mizuki does, i.e. having a passing female voice, maintaining a passing face against facial hair, always wearing women's clothing and never men's clothing, always having feminine hair, never wanting to be seen as a man by others or in the mirror, is not something that would happen with a person who identifies as a crossdresser, femboy, or otakonoko. Once the only gender left that you express happiness in is being a woman, and being perceived as a man is distressing, you're transgender. It's actually pretty simple, and this is exactly what Mizuki is. Okay. But wait, what is this part about Boku? Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this. In first year Japanese class, I learned that it's the way that boys refer to themselves. Well, I guess that does sort of throw a wrench in things. It's fine for a woman to use boku or ore. Don't you think that you can say the same about Mizuki? Wait, what? Women can use boku too? Even ore? Huh? I didn't learn that in school.
Westerners that don't speak Japanese need to shut up about Mizuki using boku. Hi, I've been speaking Japanese my whole life, and I can confirm that girls use boku too. In its katakana form, which Mizuki uses, it's considered cuter or cooler too.
Wait, what? Did I not know anything about Japanese pronouns at all? Finally, the elephant in the room, Mizuki's usage of boku. At first, it was a very confusing thing to me, making me think that boku could tie their preferred gender to masculinity. And when we look at both Western discourse and Japanese discourse, a lot of people seem to have thought the same thing. In particular, people like using this as a gotcha that Mizuki can't identify as a girl because they use boku. And to be honest, not knowing any better, I thought they had a point. Like, yeah, I guess we can ignore that. However, after broadening my horizons and listening to what others had to say about boku, doing some research, I've come to learn that when Mizuki uses boku, they aren't claiming that they identify as a boy. Instead, investigating Mizuki's usage of boku can teach us that the common understanding in the West of boku and Japanese first-person pronouns as a whole is entirely wrong. To begin, let's go back to the last tweet I showed. When I first saw this tweet, I was intrigued, so I DM'd at Yaminan and asked them more about what they had to say. So here's what they told me.
I'm not really sure how to phrase this, but I'll try my best to articulate my thoughts clearly. Basically, to me, first-person pronouns like watashi or boku, etc. are not as much gendered as they are rather more respect-driven in a way, if that makes sense. When I was younger, I often spent time with my aunts, mainly two younger ones, both girls who were older teenagers at the time. One of my aunts commonly used boku at that time despite not explicitly being a tomboy, or trans for that matter, and no one ever commented on it. First-handedly, I've experienced hearing younger women use it without trouble. The main thing that many people need to understand is that first-person pronouns in Japanese are more reflective on respect and personality than gender. Anyone of any style, any gender, can honestly use any kind of first-person pronouns they'd like to use, as long as it's used in a correct and respectful context, of course. As for the boku in katakana, you can often see its false in this way in anime or games, etc. The katakana use is meant to make it pop more. Katakana as a script is mainly used for non-Japanese words, but it also sometimes is used to dramatize actual words. Therefore, the use of boku in katakana basically makes it cooler and or cuter. Boku in its kanji form is more commonly tied to male characters in media or by people in real life, of course, which makes it all the more obvious that Mizuki's usage of boku is so much more purposeful. It reflects their cute/cool or even in a way different personality and style. It creates a stark distance between them and the average first-person pronouns that they would most likely be using if they were cis, which in this instance supports the idea that Mizuki wants to distance themselves from any masculine ties.
In summary, what they had to say was that boku, watashi, and other first-person pronouns in Japanese really aren't about gender. It's actually not even weird for women to use boku either. In fact, their usage is really about levels of formality and how that extends to one's self-expression. In Mizuki's case, the specific spelling of boku that they use actually makes a lot of sense. Like Yaminon said, it reflects their cute, cool, or even in a way different personality and style. So, cool. Mizuki using boku does not mean that they identify as a boy. This really seriously destroys the last defense that people who don't think Mizuki is trans had. But as much as I want to trust this statement, I do want some other sources, so let's see what else I found. Looking around online, one of the first things that I found was this Reddit thread, "What's your opinion on women who use boku as tashi?" The top comment is by someone who had recently learned about the topic by reading through Japanese comments on the subject, so awesome. Let's take a look at what they had to say. It is rather common in certain areas in schools with primary schoolers and middle schoolers. Some posts made by middle and primary schoolers say half of the female students in their class do it, and typically primary and middle school students and teachers think little of it due to seeing it all the time. It drops off significantly from high school onward with new people at least, with many users expressing that they receive negative feedback on it as they age. Many, however, either advise or express continuing to use it with the persons they already used it with, but not with new people. Sometimes after knowing them, they confess that they favor using it and actually ask whether it's okay, and some of those continue to use it with family and close friends until a considerable age, but never with new acquaintances. This probably explains the difference that Japanese people say they see it sometimes to quite often, and others that they never see it in their lives. Positive to neutral opinions on it range from that it's cute, that there is no problem since males can do it too, or simply that it's one's own freedom. Negative opinions range from that it sounds infantile, that they're trying too hard to be cute or stand out, having an internal gender conflict, or that they've seen too much fiction, and that many female speakers that use it are trying too hard and that it doesn't sound natural, and that they continue to use it in social contexts where even males would use watashi. One negative comment coming from someone who used to do it stood out, where they now consider it cringy and admit to only doing it to stand out or for male attention. Reasons people give for why they do it is that they want something more informal than watashi in the right context, or that they simply always did it. Untangling this quote, we can summarize what they have to say, that being that 1, women of all ages do use boku, though due to social pressures as they age, its usage becomes hidden, and the second point being that its usage, as also stated by Yaminon, is related to informal versus formal speech. And finally, third, expressing one's personality. A particularly standout point was that women using boku can sound cute using it, which, knowing someone like Mizuki, a character that adores cuteness, would be a really suitable reason for them to use boku. Looking for more opinions, I came across a Twitter comment by @Potatolings, who isn't Japanese but does live in Japan. Their comment is very long, so I will quote them while cutting down what I can. As for how Mizuki refers to herself as boku, I've seen a lot of different understandings of the kind of image that creates of a person. And honestly, it's kind of hard to explain because this isn't something I was ever formally taught. It's just something I've come to realize from my time studying Japanese and living in Japan. But boku is generally taught as an option for boys to use when you're learning Japanese as a second language, so I think that's where the concept of it being a masculine term largely comes from. But I'd say boku and ore aren't masculine in the way that he, him is. They're masculine in the sense that speaking roughly is okay for boys, but not for girls, which is why most girls use watashi, because it's a very soft, polite way to refer to yourself, and girls are of nothing if not soft and polite, right? It's the same reason my Japanese teacher from a few years ago, who is Japanese but hadn't returned to Japan in a couple decades, told me that girls don't say umai when somebody is good at something. They say jouzu. Then I moved to Japan and everybody regardless of gender says umai, as long as the setting is casual, which is the actual determiner here. How casual the situation is and how rough or soft the speaker wants to be seen. For For example, any man that uses ore to refer to himself is going to switch to watashi when he's speaking to his boss or to clients. Depending on how close he is with his senpai coworkers, he might use watashi with them too, or he might take things a little more casually and switch to boku, or he might be super comfortable with them and just use ore, like he would use with his friends. The whole first-person pronoun distinction isn't really one of gender, it's of polite language, as well as how rough you want others to see you. So, whereas 20 plus years ago, it might have been scandalous to hear a woman refer to herself as boku, or God forbid, ore, because, oh my, how brazen you sound, it's actually becoming more common for girls to start playing around with different first-person pronouns the same way men have always been allowed to. But I would still say Mizuki using boku for herself creates a very distinct picture of the kind of person she's trying to present as. Whereas for boys using boku, they sound softer and young, and generally give us younger brother kohai vibes. When a girl uses it, she doesn't necessarily sound masculine as much as she sounds less polite and more outspoken. In anime, you see this a lot with tomboys who don't want to be seen as soft and fragile, but in real life, a lot of times it's used by very cutesy and quirky girls who are just more confident in how they're perceived. Well, that was a lot. If you had any doubts about what they had to say since they aren't Japanese, they actually DM'd me a Japanese article talking about this that makes the same point, which is anyone can use any first-person pronoun in Japanese because it was never about gender. It was always about expressing yourself on a spectrum of politeness. Watashi is the most polite and least rough-sounding, while boku is less polite and rougher, and ore is the least polite and the roughest. The reason why it's less common to see women using the rougher pronouns is because of gender roles, where men can be rough and tough, while women are supposed to be meek and polite. This way of thinking about first-person pronouns lines up perfectly with what Yuyaminon told me originally, and when we apply the part about women not being seen as allowed to use it due to gender roles, and reconsider the earlier Reddit comments point about how women stop using boku over time due to social pressure, everything sort of just clicks into place. So we figured it out. We know what boku and all the other first-person pronouns in Japanese are referring to. So why does Mizuki use boku? Well, first, let's take a look at the two opinions that we already have from Yuyaminon and Potatolings. Yuyaminon said, boku in its kanji form is more commonly tied to male characters in media and by people in real life, of course, which makes it all the more obvious that Mizuki's usage of boku is so much more purposeful. It reflects their cute, cool, or even in a way different personality and style. It creates a stark distance between them and the average first-person pronouns that they would most likely be using if they were cis, which, in this instance, supports the idea that Mizuki wants to distance themselves from any masculine ties. Second, we have what Potatolings said, which I will paraphrase to say that Mizuki is trying to sound rough and outspoken, cool and confident, or maybe they're trying to sound cutesy and quirky. Maybe they're even trying to do all at the same time. Personally, I agree with these opinions. After learning all that I have about the meaning behind boku, I think Mizuki just wants to appear as a cute, cool, and confident person. After all, is that not their personality? I mean, we all know Mizuki is cute, and when we look at what songs Mizuki has sung, we see songs like Usewa, an infamous song about being against the Japanese status quo. So, what we learn from this is not a deeper insight into Mizuki's gender, but instead who they are as a person. So really what we learn from this is not a deeper insight into Mizuki's gender, but instead who they are as a person. Their usage of boku does not in any way invalidate the conclusion that Mizuki is transgender. Nice. So at this point, there is nothing left for someone who thinks Mizuki isn't trans to argue with. But so then why did that tweet from earlier mention boku to say that Mizuki sees themselves as a man? Well, that person probably just didn't think of boku that way. If we go back to that Reddit comment, the commenter notes how Japanese people say that they see it sometimes to quite often, and others say that they've never seen it in their lives. So While the usage of first-person pronouns in Japanese isn't actually gendered, some people might just have never been in an environment where they could see pronouns in such a way. Maybe they grew up in an environment with very traditional gender roles where nobody dared go against the heavy Japanese societal norms. Or honestly, maybe this person just never talked to any girls? I know it's kind of an insult and like, I don't know this person's gender, but like, I don't know, maybe they've gotta make some female friends. Getting back to Japanese Twitter, when we look at trans-positive interpretations, the number of tweets that I was able to find increased by a lot, though I won't be reading all of them here. Mizuki seems to have resonated very deeply with Japanese trans people, with some sharing the same sentiments and feelings about society that Mizuki does. Some also said that their stories were similar to Mizuki's. I am ex-gender and dress however I like, but of course I've been told that I'm weird or it's just a misunderstanding. You just want to stand out. When you're young, there's a time when you think that way, and so on and so forth. Now, I live my life with confidence, saying, I am me. But when I was Mizuki's age, I couldn't do that. I was influenced by what other people said to me, and I was really worried, wondering if it was just my imagination or if I was a pervert. At times like that, there were people who accepted me, but in my case, those people were also gay, so I realized that I didn't force them to accept me out of kindness. But the people Mizuki wanted to be accepted by aren't they normal? At least at the moment there's no talk of sexuality. If that's the case, I think they'll definitely worry that their acceptance is just out of kindness, and that even if they find them difficult to deal with, they can't say anything because they're so kind. I wouldn't be able to believe that kindness. By the way, the person who made this tweet is a VTuber and artist who goes by Marotsuki Te. They draw their own unique interpretation of Mizuki, and I think it's pretty interesting. I recommend checking them out. By the way, they didn't ask me to say any of this. This is just me. Anyway, let's get back to the video. I'm a lot like this person. Really, I had the exact same experience growing up. I'm even non-binary, and I know it isn't just me and this person either. I've seen so many people share this sentiment. It's very clear that Mizuki is a character that was written to represent trans people, not to make a joke or to be a fetishized object. Mizuki is a character to show us that we're seen, and so we as trans people embrace them. And man, it makes me so happy. So way back in the beginning of the video, I quoted another person, and now that we've gone through all this, I want to play again. There's something I want fans who are curious about Mizuki's gender to know. Transgender people often cannot talk about their gender even if they want to. Even if they want to be properly recognized as women, the world is not so safe that they can call themselves a woman without hesitation. They don't like to say they're a man, but if they say they're a woman, they might be accused of lying or being a man. This reality is why they avoid making clear statements, saying things like, I'm me, or I just like cute things, or they publicly talk about themselves as cross-dressers, boys, androgynous, etc. So even if Mizuki didn't directly say, because I'm a girl, or accept me as a girl, please don't assume that they don't want to be recognized as a woman. I want you to think about the possibility that I just want to be myself means I want to be myself while being recognized as a girl. It is too short-sighted to say that Mizuki cannot be transgender because they did not explicitly say, I want to be recognized as a girl. It is not possible to imagine how much criticism and discrimination a person in question would face if they said, I am a girl. It is common for people to hide something or use vague language because they cannot say it safely. So it's really not about what a trans person says about themselves that tells us that they're trans. Maybe they aren't ready to let others see them that way, so they lie. Sometimes they may not even be ready to accept themselves as transgender, so they identify with other terms. As much as I intended to point this out as a Japanese nuance, it is actually something that happens everywhere. I mean, before I fully accepted myself as trans, I used to call myself a femboy, partly because the people I was around were transphobic. The thing that does differentiate Japan from, say, America though, is that the societal pressures against really doing anything against the status quo, let alone being trans, are far, far more intense. It makes vague language about any kind of LGBT character commonplace, as I'm sure any consumer of Japanese media would know. So it's an important point. It explains why, besides shock value and storytelling techniques, ProSekai has never said Mizuki is transgender outright. It's because it's hard to do that, especially for a company who relies on a broad range of people enjoying their product in order to make money. So let's consider this, as that Twitter user said to, and shift our focus from Mizuki's words over to their actions, how they carry themselves, really observing everything about them, as we have been doing this whole time. When we do so, we see the truth. Mizuki is trans. We can see it without it being explicitly stated to us. And hey, maybe it will be in the future. But even if it isn't, well, we can still tell. We can still logically deduce the truth through analysis. And, I said I wasn't gonna read out all the comments, but here's a montage. So, what did I find on the other side of the ocean? I found that the discussion is really just the same. It isn't just Westerners who think that Mizuki is trans. It's everyone. Everyone can see it. I mean, it's the majority opinion. So, when people say Mizuki is trans, it's not some group of delusional Westerners who think this. It's also the opinion of Japanese people, the people that bigots claim to hold so much high esteem in. But for these people, it was never about listening to Japanese people's opinions out of respect for culture. Instead, it was always about using a fake moral high ground so that they can be transphobic and not feel as wrong as they actually are. If they actually respected the opinions of Japanese people, they would have done what I just did and listened to everybody's opinions, no matter what side of the aisle those opinions are on. So, in the future, if you see someone talking about Japanese people as if they're a conservative monolith as a way to justify bigotry, just ignore them. They were never trying to have a good faith argument. They just wanted to hate on trans people. So, we did it. We really did it. It was a lot of time and work, but we figured everything out. We started with Mizuki's story, showing us their happiness and being able to be themselves, and the pain that came with not being able to express that. That pain showed us that this self-expression is necessary for them to live, meaning that for them, living as a girl is the only way they can truly be happy. And what could be more transgender than that? Afterward, we looked at the music, where the writers left us all kinds of tidbits about Mizuki's emotions. Emotions that make all too much sense for a transgender person to have. Mizuki even sung in Villain. I mean, hello? At that point, the writers are basically telling us Mizuki is transgender, and the associations didn't end there. When we looked at Mizuki's cards, we saw them surrounded in trans colors all the time, symbolized by a classic trans symbol, the butterfly. Lastly, we looked at what Japanese people thought of Mizuki, where, like us, most Japanese opinions think Mizuki is trans, proving that it isn't just the West that thinks Mizuki is trans. To top it all off, we even had a mini lesson on the Japanese language, showing us that Japanese first-person pronouns were never about gender and are actually way cooler than just being the English equivalent that everyone seems to think that they are. And at this point, how many times have I repeated myself? How many times have I said Mizuki is trans? Before we'd even reached the end, we'd already seen it as clear as day. We'd proven through comparing definitions of all different kinds of AMAB gender non-conforming people that Mizuki Akiyama, everybody's favorite pink, silly, loving little critter, is intended to be transgender. The only thing that we didn't talk about was Mizuki's English pronouns, and you may have noticed I've been using they them to refer to Mizuki this entire time. The reason is that we just don't know what kind of trans feminine person Mizuki is. We don't know if Mizuki would use she her or they them, and I think it's important that we don't hastily say it has to be one or the other. I think you can use either, she her, they them, either is fine, and maybe in the future we'll have a clear idea of how Mizuki identifies and we'll be able to make a call. But for now, just do whatever makes you comfortable. It's okay. So that's it. That's all I have to say about this argument. I'm really happy to have come out the other side, learning that we were always right. And it makes me so happy to have this story. A story where a trans person ultimately will find acceptance, but getting there through dirty, realistic means. It's real representation, and I'm so thankful for it. I'm so happy I and countless others got to see themselves represented with honesty in a mainstream piece of media. It makes me feel like society really is moving forward to a place where transgender people will be accepted one day. Anyway, Mizuki is trans, and you can't argue with that. So, long video, pretty long. Yeah, I've been making this for a long time now. Like every single day, for over a month. I think I've put over 200 hours into this, and like I am so tired. I'm gonna be so happy when this is done. But yeah, so this part of the video, I kind of just want to get my own personal feelings across. I want to talk about a few things, kind of just like, I want to give kind of an addendum to the whole part about Boku, and then I want to kind of touch on like a little bit of the discourse, talk about why I like Mizuki and, you know, stuff like that. So the part about Boku, so I agree still with everything that I said in the section about Boku, but I really want to emphasize a point that I feel like I really didn't talk enough about, and that is the whole thing of not everyone is going to see first person pronouns the same way, like as Japanese people, because, you know, every place, every household, every age group, blah 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 blah, you know, there's a different level of progressivism and conservatism. And, you know, at first I didn't really think it was that important, because it was like, oh, I'm making my point, you know, about like, this is the reality of it, and ultimately society is moving in this direction. So it's like, you know, I don't really need to talk about the gender part, which was definitely like short-sighted, I think. And that really hit me when I was having a conversation with a friend I made during the making of this video, who's an FTX, who's Japanese. It's like female to X gender, which is like non-binary. And we were having a conversation about, you know, why we think Mizuki is blah 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 gender, and, you know, to my surprise, they didn't think that Mizuki was trans. And the first reason that they gave for that was Mizuki's usage of Boku. And I was like, oh, surely, I mean, you know, as a trans person, you would understand, like, that it isn't necessarily gendered. Like, I was thinking that to myself. But, you know, they shared their experience as a AFAB person who uses Boku, like katakana Boku, and, you know, how it's their tool to deny femininity. And for using Boku as an AFAB person, they were abused for it. And, you know, I know that, like, or I knew that, you know, people got bullied for it, etc. But them actually giving their account of it, their experience, it, you know, it just really hit me that this whole thing with, you know, first person pronouns is not really something that I think I can give an answer to. I think I can give like likelihoods. Like, I do think that, you know, because of like the region where ProSekai is based, and like the age group and stuff, I think that it would lean towards most likely not, you know, associating, or like not, if someone, you know, uses a first person pronoun or whatever, it doesn't necessarily like imply something about their gender. It's, you know, more the modern way of using it. You know, like, I can say stuff like that, I think, like giving that probability, but you know, at the same time, ultimately, like, people have very strong feelings about first person pronouns and, you know, the gender connotation. And I don't think that the writers are going to ignore that. I think that, like, it's important to note. And it's very possible that Mizuki's usage of Boku does say something about their gender. Maybe that they're kind of more like non-binary, and stuff like that. And I don't know, I just really want to respect people's interpretations of it. Not some American person's, like some random bigot online saying it. I mean, like, I want to respect, you know, various Japanese people's interpretations of it. Unless they're calling Mizuki a crossdresser. In that case, nah. You ain't got any media literacy. So I'm not going to listen to you. So yeah, I want to kind of throw this idea that, you know, we should be accepting of kind of a more like ambiguous Mizuki, at least for the time being. And that leads me into this other discourse in the English-speaking fandom about what are Mizuki's pronouns, what are okay to use, and I see people being attacked for using they/them pronouns for Mizuki, and I think that is incredibly wrong. I think it is. I know that there can be a trans-positive aspect to it, of being like, if you use they/them on them, it could be considered like denying femininity for them. But I think, well, as that's trying to be like nice to trans people, I guess, or like whatever, I think it's also transphobic to do so, because we know Mizuki is trans femme, but we don't know the nature of it. And I think that just seeing a trans femme character and thinking automatically that they must use she, her is just wrong. And maybe I'm just kind of biased because, I mean, that reflects my own situation. I'm a trans femme person who uses they, them, and nobody ever uses it for me. They see a trans feminine person and then they start using she, her out of, like respect. And it's just, I'm tired of it. And Mizuki as a character for me is very important to me. And seeing that transphobia that I face in a character that I love it's just infuriating. Once we find out, once Mizuki comes out in the story, it's like, yeah, let's make a call. Let's be like they use she, her, they, them. But until then, can we please be open to ambiguity? Can we please be like, oh, it's she, they. We can just do whatever. Whatever is most comfortable for you, or whatever, It can be either. But don't attack people for using they, them. It's not denying them anything. There's nothing wrong with it. And when you attack people for using they, them for Mizuki, what message do you think that is sending to non-binary trans femme people? I don't even know how to word it. It's just, it makes me feel less accepted in a community that I thought we were all supposed to accept each other, and we were supposed to be open. But sometimes it doesn't feel like that, and it's tiring. And in the future, when Mizuki does come out, it's very possible that we will have a more ambiguous answer. I hope that we don't. I really want them to say, I'm a girl, or I'm transgender, or something along those lines. But it's very possible, just Japanese culture, capitalism, that it won't really be too status quo breaking, and it'll be more I'm Mizuki, that's my gender, or something like that. And if that's the case, look, we know they're trans femme. Can't be denied. They have gender dysphoria, probably. I'm 99.999% sure about that. We know that. And so it's can't we be happy with that? They, them, she, her, whatever. Why would there be a problem with them being non-binary? Yeah. I hope that whatever the outcome is, I hope that everyone can have patience and understanding for each other, and that people don't attack each other. Because just the way that people have been acting is it's dumb. It's dumb. It's really dumb, and it hurts people. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. To move past the discourse, man. So why do I like Mizuki? Oh my god, now I get to be happy. So personally, I really see myself super kind of almost one-to-one with Mizuki. Big part of it is this kind of shame over being trans, and I know a lot of people share that. I'm not trying to be this is only me. It's it's just I relate to it in this way. So the shame over being trans, internalized transphobia, and the horror that it wreaks on you, or whatever the word is, I don't know. Just coming to hate yourself because of how you were born, seeing your, assigned sex at birth as this curse that will never go away, and you will always carry the burden of the, gendered associations that come with that assigned sex at birth, and how, once people find out, your assigned sex at birth, they're going to project those things onto you. And you'll never really get to be yourself. And man, it's just so, it's so real, you know, since I came out as trans, you know, when I was 14, I'm 24 now, I developed like a fear of women, and it wasn't because women ever hurt me. It was entirely because I was scared of myself, because I saw myself in all of the transphobic ways that, you know, bigots see trans people. I saw myself as a man cosplaying a woman, and I saw my existence as disrespectful, and I still struggle with this. You know, it's like the reason why my hair is short now. There's so much baggage that you carry with your assigned sex at birth in society, and as a trans person, you just want to be seen as the person that you are, but I think very few people are actually capable of doing that, and it's suffocating. You know, I think Bake no Hana is such a incredible way of writing that out. You know, just like feeling like your birth was a punishment, and that your existence is this dreadful, sinful thing, and your entire existence is just mired by, you know, the fact that you couldn't be cis. And man, I just relate to that so deeply. You know, it's such an important part of my past experience and my present experience, and seeing that part of myself represented so well in a character, especially a character that's, you know, part of such a mainstream game. You know, it's really profound. I don't really know how else to say it. It's important to me, you know, and on the flip side of that, I love the way that Mizuki experiences gender euphoria. I love their femininity, and all that stuff. Obviously, I don't look like it right now, but I'm actually, I think out of all the people I know, I think I'm the most feminine person. I love wearing Lolita. I love, you know, I love being femme. And I feel like, you know, it's kind of alienating as a trans person to be that way, at least in the spaces that I've been in my whole life, you know. Yeah, like, you know, just seeing a trans character with that level of femininity that's also not like a caricature. Because also I think what tends to happen with trans characters that are very feminine is they end up being a stereotype. But Mizuki is not a stereotype. Mizuki is so real. Like, they feel like they could be a real person. And, you know, it's like, I don't feel patronized. You know, I don't feel bad when I see their femininity. I'm just like, yeah, they slay or something. I don't know. And it's as simple as that. I love that. I think it's awesome. And I don't know. I think there's a lot more I could say. My mind's kind of blanking though, but yeah. So I guess I should talk now about, like, why did I make this? You know, what was the point of all this? You know, why did you watch this whole thing? What was the reason? For me, like, really, I just wanted to, you know, have a trans character that I had confidence in. It's like, I'm tired of the fact that every time I find a trans character, they're stolen away from me. And, you know, they can be as blatantly trans, even literally saying I am a girl, as possible. Like, they can be as blatantly trans as possible, and people will call them a femboy, a crossdresser, trap, whatever. And, they think it's like maybe some moral high ground or something to be a femboy over being trans, or something along those lines. And it's just, I'm just done. I'm done with this. I'm so tired of the arguing. I just want to have like a character that I can see myself in, and I can feel confident in seeing myself in them. And I wanted to answer that question with Mizuki because because they're important to me. They represent all these parts of myself that I feel alone about. And it's like having that character there, I feel less alone, and I don't want that stolen. I don't want that stolen for others as well. Like, I don't want other trans people to have that insecurity. I want them to be able to also see a character and say, this is representing me, and knowing that, like right now, I mean, I guess it's always been, but right now, especially being trans, like, it's really hard. And the conversations that I see people having towards trans people they make that very evident. Just like, you need to live. You can't kill yourself. You have to become an elder. You have to show younger generations that it's possible to be yourself. You have to outlive this regime, or other things of that sort. And when people are in this kind of dire straits, like, like, what is keeping you going? Like, when you're so low in life that you feel like your only option is to die, like, what is the thing that can keep you holding on? For some people that might be a character that they love. And, if that character for someone is Mizuki, then I don't want them to lose that. Yeah, I just don't. I want to give the sense of security that I feel now, having written all of this, and knowing Mizuki is trans femme, and I want to give that to other people, because this arguing, it only serves to hurt people, and it's just, I don't know. I really just hope that, like, tomorrow I can wake up and I can go on Twitter, and if I see some bigot say something, I can rest easy knowing that, like, they're wrong. And I know that maybe sounds like petty, but I don't know, everything I just said, like, small things can be very important. I don't know. I don't really think this is really that small if you really think about it. Damn, am I getting like too sentimental? Bro, I'm straight up psychotic. Okay. Yeah, is that it? I mean, I feel like that's kind of everything I wanted to talk about. I guess I should shout out people who are cool, who helped me out. Thank you, Thank you, thank you, Yaminan, for helping me out, giving your quote about your experience with Boku, and also helping out with a little bit of translation. Thank you to Potatolings for letting me quote you, and also helping me out with a little bit of translation. Thank you to every person who let me quote them otherwise, who wanted to remain anonymous. And yeah, thank you to some of the other friends I made along the way. No Name and Patch. It's nice meeting you guys, and I'm happy to be your friend. Shout out to my partner. They helped me edit this. Shout out to Sophie Desucrate. They helped me edit this as well. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Yeah. Is that it? Yeah, I guess that's it. I actually did it. That's crazy.
遠足遠足遠足遠足